Is this a special call meeting? Does anybody know?
Yes, sir. It's a special call meeting, the special call commission.
Okay, so we have two special call meetings and then we have the regular commission meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But we're going to stay on this webinar so you don't have to get off.
Yeah, I kind of figured that out because I was looking for separate credentials for the two special calls. I didn't see them. So
No, sir.
I just joined the commission meeting. I don't know if the other commissioners realized that it appears. So it seems like several folks are on. So I just wait for the chairman to open up. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
He'll be on momentarily.
Okay.
Nope, I'm actually on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm trying to see if anybody else is actually on here. Let me go into the chat right quick. Ms. Folsom, how many do we have on now?
You have enough for a quorum, Mr. Chairman, but you're still missing a few people, but you probably want to go ahead. We have a 2:45.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead on and we're gonna open up this special call meeting. And we'll open it up with prayer. And I'll go ahead on and open it up with prayer. So, oh God, the Father of nations, the ruler of heaven and earth, I pray today for the government leaders. I pray for the leaders of the nation to know you first, to lead through your wise counsel and guidance. I pray for them to lay aside selfish desires and petty grievances, instead focusing always on the best interest of the people. May they lead through humility and love, leading us to peace and unity. Lord, keep our leaders grounded in what is good and true, protecting them from the temptations and distractions of power and influence. May they know and follow you, leading through faith, ever working for the good of the people they serve. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Is my vice chair on? Can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Morrison. Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Billingsley. Turner.
Turner's present.
Sawyer. Whaley.
Present.
Wright.
Present.
Milton.
Present.
Brooks.
Present.
Bradford.
Present.
Ford.
Present.
Mills.
Present.
Lowry.
Present.
Chairman Jones.
Present.
We have 10 present.
All right, we have a quorum. All right, Madam Parliamentarian.
Chairman Jones.
Yes,
Chairman Jones.
yes.
Commissioner Sawyer says she's muted.
Okay, Ms. Folsom, can you fix that? And see if we can count Commissioner Sawyer. And yeah, I can see her.
Here before even prayer, so I would like to be counted as present, please.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
did
We have
you?
11 present.
All right. We have a quorum. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Turner. Item 1 is an ordinance first reading, ordinance by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, exempting certain health department nursing employees specifically required to provide support in the vaccine distribution for the COVID-19 pandemic response, hired between March 1, 2021 and September 30th, 2021, from the residency provision of the Shelby County Charter, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills and Commissioner McWright, Chairman Eddie S. Jones Jr., Commissioner Mark Billingsley, Commissioner Brandon Morrison, and Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr.
All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder?
Turner moves the item.
Brooks
All right.
second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Turner and seconded by Commissioner Brooks. All right, and I will turn it back over to the original sponsor, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. This, just a reminder for those that weren't in committee, this came up in our committee meeting before last with Director Haushalter, that there is a nursing shortage and that this would help them in a big way because the state of Tennessee is part of the nursing compact agreement that allows nurses to work across state lines without having to get a new license. But because of Shelby County's residency requirement, Shelby County's not in that agreement. So this would, because of the pandemic, help Director Haushalter hire nurses for the duration of March 1st through September 30th. Thank you.
All right, let me go into the chat and see. All right, Commissioner Bradford.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to be added as a sponsor on this item.
Second.
Second.
All right, so it's been moved by Bradford and seconded by Ford to be added as a sponsor. Can we do that without objection? Hearing no objection, so moved. All right, Commissioner Bradford is added. Commissioner Morrison. I think Commissioner Morrison is muted. Ms. Folsom.
He's muted, self-muted, sir.
Okay.
It's come back. I'm sorry. Something happened with, I couldn't hear you all for a few minutes, but now I can.
All right. Did you have any comments on this item?
Am I a sponsor? I haven't heard anything so far on this item. I just got my sound back.
Oh, okay. So Commissioner Mills went through, how this ordinance came about because of the nursing shortage that we have, and it would allow for nurses that live outside of Shelby County to come in and apply and go to work, but without having to get a second license. So that's sort of what brought this forward. All right.
Yes, I'm supportive and I think I'm a sponsor also, or want to be if I'm not.
Okay. Madam Parliamentary, is Commissioner Morrison a sponsor?
Yes, sir. Yes, she is.
All right. Thank you. All right. Commissioner Whaley.
Thanks, Chairman. I'd just like to move to be added as a sponsor.
Second.
All right. So been moved by Whaley, seconded by Ford to be added as a sponsor. Can we do this without objection? Hearing no objection.
Mr. Chair, I believe I am a sponsor, but just to make sure, I would like to make certain that I am. That's Commissioner Mills. Thank you.
Right. Okay, hold on. So, all right. Madam Parliamentarian, is Commissioner Milton a sponsor already?
I think we need to move that because I don't see him listed.
Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Milton, seconded by Commissioner Ford. And we do that without objection. All right, hearing no objection, Commissioner Milton, you are added as a sponsor. Any other commissioners wishing to speak on this item?
Chairman, Commissioner Lowry to be added as sponsor as well.
All right. So, okay, been moved by Lowry, seconded by Ford. Be added as a sponsor. Can we do this without objection? All right, and hearing no objection, Commissioner Lowry, you added as a sponsor. Any other commissioners? All right, hearing none, Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Wiley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation on its first reading. Madam Parliamentary, do we have any other items for this particular meeting?
No, sir.
All right, and then, do we have any announcements from, commissioners? All right, if hearing none, this meeting is adjourned until our next, commission meeting, which will be in a few minutes. So, meeting adjourned.
Chairman, could I have a few minutes before we start committee, special call committee?
Yes. So, let me ask you this, we can stay logged into this one,
Yes, sir.
correct? All right, so you got a few minutes,
Thank you.
all right?
Mm. We're ready to start.
All right.
Turner. Commissioner Turner will chair this.
I got it. Yep.
This is, okay, you can run it, Chair.
Look, this is a committee meeting, so you got it.
Okay, give me 1 second. All right, want to call to order hospitals and health. Committee number 3, Madam Parliamentarian, please call the first item on this committee meeting.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is an ordinance second reading, ordinance by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, exempting certain health department nursing employees specifically required to provide support in the vaccine distribution for the COVID-19 pandemic response hired between March 1st, 2021 and September 30th, 2021 from the residency provision of the Shelby County Charter, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills and Commissioner McWright, Chairman Eddie S. Jones Jr., Commissioner Mark Billingsley, Commissioner Brandon Morrison, Commissioner Willie F. Brooks, and one from earlier today, sorry. Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner Whaley, Commissioner Milton, and Commissioner Lowry are also sponsors.
All right, I need a mover and a seconder.
Move by Ford.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Chairman Jones.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I was just going to move this for our meeting that we're about to have at 3 o'clock without objection. Go ahead and get us started on time, if it's okay, unless you just wanted to speak on it.
Okay, no. So this has been requested to move this down without a recommendation because we're about to go into our committee. Is there a second for that motion? I'll second the motion. So it's been moved by Commissioner Ford to take this down to commission without a recommendation. I seconded the motion. Is there any objection to taking this down to commission without an objection, without a recommendation at this time? I hear none. That item is moved to commission without a recommendation. Is there any further business before committee number 3, hospitals and health? I hear none. All right. So this will conclude committee number 3, and we are adjourned at this time so that we can start our commission meeting. Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Clerk, you need time?
Commissioner Turner has one more committee.
Yeah.
That's on
You got another item?
under committee number 15.
EOC?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That concludes committee number 3. Now we open committee number 15, EOC. And I'll allow the screen to catch up. Okay, there it is. This is the LOSB ordinance. Okay. We open officially now committee number 15, equal opportunity. Madam Parliamentarian, please call the first item under committee number 15.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is an ordinance second reading, ordinance amending Shelby County Government's locally owned small business LOSB ordinance section 2-224 in order to, where practicable, apply the 20% LOSB annual goal in the county's procurement process, sponsored by Commissioner Vandy Turner Jr. and Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr.
Okay. I need a mover and a second.
Second by Billingsley.
Moved by Chairman. I think we got it. Moved by Chairman Jones, seconded by Commissioner Billingsley. All right. Is it?
I have a substitute
Okay. Has that been emailed out to everyone?
I've requested it. It has a, it should be being mailed out now.
Okay, well, why don't we do this to allow the commissioners to review your substitute? Let's just take this down to commission without a recommendation. Then that'll get us a chance to see the substitute because I haven't seen it yet. I hadn't checked my email. Then by the time this comes up in regular commission, we would have reviewed the substitute.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So is there a motion to send this down without a recommendation at this time?
I move.
All right, it was moved by Chairman Jones, seconded by Commissioner Brooks to move this item down to commission without a recommendation to give us an opportunity to review Vice Chair Morrison's substitute. Is there any objection to moving this down without a recommendation? I hear none. All right, this item was moved to commission without a recommendation. Is any further business before committee number 15? I hear none, so we will adjourn committee number 15 so we can begin commission. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, you gonna need some time?
Yes, sir. Just give me a few minutes.
Okay.
We're ready, Chairman.
Madam Clerk, we ready?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
Okay. Go ahead. Hold on, give me a second. Change screens right quick. All right, go ahead on and call commission, convening the commission meeting, call it to order. All right, that's my gavel. All right, I don't think we have a deputy on, but we're gonna go ahead on and go into prayer. Commissioner Turner, can you lead us in the invocation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we bow our heads? Most precious Heavenly Father, we call on you this afternoon, asking for your mercy, asking for your continued oversight of this county, this nation, and all the affairs of the world. We know that you are omnipresent. You are everywhere at all times. So we're asking you to be here with us in Memphis and Shelby County, protecting us and watching over us. We know that there is hurt and pain in this community now, and we ask that you would come by and give us relief. And we ask that you would continue to lift us and continue to encourage us and continue to share your blessings among us. We know that when the Israelites were fleeing Egypt and they had nothing to eat, you provided manna for heaven. We know that when the disciples were teaching, you took 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish and fed the masses. So we call on you, dear Heavenly Father, to provide for this community, to rain down manna on this community, and to provide for your people who follow you, who love you, and who call on you every day. Support us, O Lord. Keep us within your bosom. We ask special prayers for all those who are suffering from the pandemic crisis. We ask special prayers for those who have lack of water and lack of electricity and other resources. Provide for them, assist the county in providing for them, assist the city in providing for them. Oh Lord, we thank you, we magnify your holy name, and we continue to praise you. Even through all of this, we continue to praise your holy name. In your son's name we pray, amen.
Amen. All right. Madam Vice Chair, can you lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes. Present.
Turner,
Present.
Sawyer,
Present.
Whaley,
Present.
Wright,
Present.
Milton,
Present.
Brooks,
Present.
Bradford,
Present.
Ford, Mills,
Present.
Lowry,
Present.
Morrison,
Present.
Chairman Jones.
Present.
We have 13 present.
All right, we have a quorum. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is an update, COVID-19 pandemic in Shelby County, Tennessee. Dr. Elisa Haushalter, Shelby County Health Department Division Director, presenting.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Randolph is presenting today.
Okay.
Officer from Shelby County Health Department. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Randolph.
Okay, good, because I can't see anybody. I don't know what's happening with my stream. But anyway, the House Halter has another meeting that she's in. Therefore, she asked me to report. First, I want to just give an update on our data and also what all is going on. A lot of things have been happening, as you may well know. As it relates to our data, total cases as of today is 86,978. We have had 113 new cases, 1,460 deaths, as well as we have performed over 1,006,030 tests, which we currently have a positivity rate of 6.4%, which continues to decrease. I also want to mention that a variant strain has been identified in Shelby County. It is the South African strain. We're notified over the weekend of a case where a relative visiting here traveled to Colorado and upon returning became ill, subsequently tested positive. And we did sequencing later, and it turned out that the person had the South African variant. It doesn't appear that we have local transmission when the process is still investigating and interviewing family members who may have been exposed. This case was diagnosed back in the 24th of January. So quite a bit of time has passed. But I just wanted people to be aware that we have had at least one case identified here in Shelby County. The other thing I want to mention is that the new health directive became effective on the 20th of February, Health Directive number 18. This directive removed the capacity limit for indoor dining. However, all indoor dining and outdoor dining expected to be 6 feet apart. So all tables and people sitting at the tables must continue to be 6 feet apart, wearing masks except when they're actually eating or dining. The other recently issued health directive pertains to the water issues that we're facing here in Shelby County, more specifically in the Memphis area, of those customers who are currently receiving services from MLG&W. As you well know, on the 18th of February, MLG&W issued boil water advisory. It was our opinion that due to that advisory, it would be important that we instruct and direct restaurants that in order for them to be able to operate, they must also boil water or use bottled water, and also their restrooms must be functional from a sanitary and health perspective. If restaurants are not able to operate and in compliance with the directive, then they should remain closed until such time that the advisory has been lifted. The other thing that I want to highlight is that we have been communicating with schools We have developed a vaccination plan that will be incorporated. We're planning to vaccinate as many as 40,000 teachers and staff in the near future. Teachers and people aged 65 and older have been included in the people who were currently vaccinating. So starting this week on the 25th, we will begin vaccinating teachers and child care workers and people 65 and over. Last thing I want to also mention that you may have heard that we have experienced some wastage as it relates to the vaccine. Upon conducting an inventory of the vaccine that we had available, we learned that 1,315 doses was wasted due to its expiration. The reasons for that is currently being investigated, and there's more to come from that. Dr. Householder will have more detail. We're cooperating with Tennessee Department of Health and others in order to get to the bottom of how this happened. The last thing I want to just share with you is the vaccination plan that we have planned currently. We're planning to provide 1,000 doses of vaccine to the Appleton location 6 days a week. The commodity food supplement program, we will offer 150 doses on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Germantown location, we will offer 1,000 doses per day. Grady Money Church, we will offer 500 doses per day. Southwest Tennessee Community College, 500 doses. Pipkins Building, 500 doses. And we also have plans of having some pop-up sites. One is at the Anointed Temple of Praise, which Fridays we are planning on offering 500 doses in one day. And Cane Creek Church on Saturdays, we would offer 500 doses. With that, I'll stop and entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
All right, thank you, Dr. Randolph. Before I go to the board, I have a question. When you speak about the expiration on these vaccines, are you talking, is there an expiration while they're still frozen, or only when you thaw them out, there's an expiration?
When you thaw them out, once you thaw out the vaccine, you have a short window of time that you have to use it. So it's like within the refrigerator, once we thaw it out, we have 5 days. But if we draw it up in a syringe, say at the site where we are preparing to administer it, then we're talking about 6 hours.
Okay, so basically, once it's in a syringe, 6 hours you use it or you lose it if you don't.
Yes.
Okay.
And so one of the things that what has happened in the past is because people have had multiple appointments scheduled at different places, there sometimes would be no shows at one site, and would leave us scrambling to find other people to administer the vaccine to, because our goal is not to waste any. and to try to find an arm to put it in. So we've had to take some extraordinary measures at times to prevent the wastage.
All right, and I'm gonna do this audience question, and then I'm gonna go to Commissioner Sawyer. So how are individuals and restaurants being made aware that they should filter and then boil due to lead in the water?
Well, there's not an advisory pertaining to the lead that we have issued. The boiling of the water is pertaining to the fact that we're trying to prevent contamination with microorganisms such as bacteria, parasites, viruses. Boiling and straining the water wouldn't have an effect on the lead content of the water. We still have our lead program where we are monitoring lead.
All right, thank you. So I'm gonna go to the board. We'll start with Commissioner Sawyer, then we'll go to Commissioner Brooks, then Commissioner Billingsley. Commissioner Sawyer, you have the floor.
Hello, how are you doing, Dr. Randolph?
Good. How you doing, Commissioner Sawyer?
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that update. I just have a few quick questions for you. Knowing that we're now dealing with the aftermath of last week's freeze, I was wondering if you have any concerns about the health of our inmates as they're currently, I think, going on 4 days without a consistent water source. And have you been engaged in that conversation, or has the health department?
No, I have not been engaged in that conversation, and this is the first that I've known about this. Thank you for informing me that the inmates have gone 4 days without water.
Without water pressure, so the toilets are not working for the last 2 days, and they don't have a clear water source for drinking water as well, as my understanding. So I'm just wondering if the health department has been called in with any concerns about that. So I'll make sure to reach out to the administration and ask them to loop y'all in.
Yeah, look, well, yes, because that's something that I certainly should be involved in.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So yeah, so we would look into that.
Okay. And then the other question that I had was, you mentioned the South African strain. I believe you said that you don't believe that there's community spread on that, right?
Correct, yes.
And do we have a game plan for if we start to see other strains? We have like triggers or something that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing that we're currently doing to control the, should I say, the original virus will be the things that we continue to do. And that is, wearing the mask, social distancing, those types of things. What we will do, such as even in this case, when we learned of the variant, we interviewed the case and all of the contacts and really tried to, our plan would be to place those individuals in isolation or in quarantine. Now, the challenge is by time that we get the results of the sequencing that tells us that we have a South African variant, UK variant, that can be 7 or more days. And so we're already behind the 8 ball, so to speak, by the time we know. So our approach is going to be, with a positive case, really try to investigate the case, identify the household contacts especially, and place them in quarantine as well as congregate settings, job, work, schools, wherever, where the individual may have been in contact with others.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Randolph, for your presentation. My question is, could you explain the distribution of vaccines going forward? I know you mentioned some would get 1,000 and some locations would receive 500.
It's my understanding that beginning really this week, all the various vaccination providers will meet and share their capacity, what the number of vaccines they desire, and then from there, the allocation will be made in terms of, you know, how many goes to Methodist, Baptist, the health department. Within the health department, a lot of the distribution will depend on the ability to vaccinate people, the throughput that can occur, and the availability of staff. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Brooks?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that when it comes to equity in terms of the vaccines in our particular communities, that we are being equity across the board in terms of the number of people that's being served.
Yes.
As well as the location being able to help.
Yeah, that point is well taken. And when you look at those numbers, I can understand your question. And we will certainly look at that to make sure that what we're seeing in terms of the allegations, that it is equitable. Because some nights I see is 1,000, others 500.
Yeah. Just to share with you, yesterday I participated in giving out water at the Raleigh Civic Center, and we passed out over 400 cases of water in about an hour and 30 minutes. And there were still people out there wanting cases of water. So I just want to make sure, you know, coming from, and I know that Grady Mine is one of the locations that we will have an influx in being able to handle the number of people that will be taking the vaccine.
Yes, we're looking, make sure that we have the capacity to be able to provide the service and provide it in a timely manner.
All right, Commissioner Brooks, are you done? All right, I'm gonna take that as a yes, even though I didn't hear anything, so I'm gonna move on. Commissioner Billingsley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Dr. Randolph. At this point, is the Pipkin building under the direction of the city of Memphis or coordination efforts? Has that been transferred over now?
I don't know if the final transformation transfers have occurred. To my knowledge, I do know that in terms of the parking lot traffic, the city will take over. My understanding that we will continue until March 1st, administering the vaccine inside Pipkins, and after that, the university will take over with the city, is my understanding. But Dr. Holt and Dr. Martin are the ones who know more detail than I.
Okay. Well, this is the time to share details respectfully. I want to be clear because the public's asking these questions. And again, I've been a great supporter of the health department, but a lot of people are growing weary. Respectfully, just so I understand what you just said, the city of Memphis and the University of Tennessee Health Science Center takes over coordination of the Pipkin building on March 1st. Is that what you said?
That is my understanding. But again, I don't have all of the detail or the current detail. The last that I was informed was that was it.
Well, it gives me a little bit of pause, respectfully, Dr. Randolph. You're the number 2 most powerful person at the health department. And at this point, I thought we would have known that part. I'll move on. Again, respectfully, can you share with us under what coordination are different sites? So would you, what municipalities are now helping and what sites are they in charge of? And then what sites are being coordinated by the health department?
I don't know what sites are currently being negotiated.
What about the current ones? Which ones are under the direction of municipalities? Which ones are coordinated currently by the health department? And which ones do you think in the next week or so are going to be considered up and running?
The Applin is we provide vaccine for it. But
who is coordinating Applin? Is that the city of Memphis?
Between, pardon?
Is the Applin site
also?
I'm sorry.
The commodity food supplement program, Southwest Tennessee Community College. We're, like I said, until March 1st, sure we still will be coordinating the Pipkins. Greater Money, we're involved in it, but also other community partners are involved as well. Now, I would have to be honest with you, Commissioner Billingsley. I have not been involved in the details of these plans, in spite of being number 2, as you described. So Dr. Householder, she could explain more because I've been involved in other activities.
Okay, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to ask pretty general questions. And again, so we don't spread misinformation and confusion. Well, let me just ask that if the health department could give all the commissioners the sites that are currently in place, if you get any information for March 1st, what sites are going to be up and running, who's coordinating those. We would love to have that basic information. Typically also by the time a press release goes out, you can click on those sign up areas almost instantly and they're already full. I would almost suggest you release the press release a few minutes before and then turn on the site, or however you want to coordinate it, but it's pretty frustrating for individuals when they get a press release very quickly and they go to the site and it's already full. So I don't know how that's happening, but it's certainly discouraging for people who get the press release and then they go there and almost all the open positions are full. So my very last question, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Can you share with us what percentage of congregate facilities, senior living facilities, nursing homes have now been, their population has been vaccinated since they're such at high risk? And again, my question is about nursing homes, congregate facilities, senior living facilities. Do we even have any idea of how close we are to hitting good numbers with them?
What I do know is that in terms of people 75 and older who are in the phase 1A category. Was reported to me today that we're vaccinated 6 to 8%. Now, because the nursing home residents, nursing home staff were vaccinated by the pharmacies, I don't know those numbers, and I don't know if they reported those to us as well. And whether that is really included in our numbers that we report as total vaccinations. But Dr. Househalter, she may be on now. I'm not sure. She might be able to answer that.
Okay, Dr. Randolph, if there's any way, again, we have a lot of constituents that have friends in congregate facilities. If there's any way you can share that data with us, there's a lot of adult children who their elderly parents are in these congregate facilities. If there's any way we can try to get that number from the state or from you or whoever supplies it, at least this commissioner would be grateful. And again, Dr. Randolph, I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we'll get that information.
All right. Commissioner Turner had a question for you, Dr. Randolph, and I'll let him ask that question, and then we'll go to Commissioner Mills and then Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Dr. Randolph. I think this was first mentioned by Vice Chair Morrison, and I'm just following up. I thought it was a great idea, but to eliminate the issue of having leftover vaccine that has to be discarded, is there any thought to maybe create a central location? It could be the Benjamin Hooks Library, for instance, which is centrally located in the middle of the county, to treat it along the lines of a site where the vaccine is unused can be sent to, and it's a 24-hour site. And for instance, if I'm a truck driver coming in at 2 a.m. in the morning, I can just drive through the Hooks Library and be vaccinated. Or if I'm working at FedEx at the hub and I get off at 5 or 6 in the morning, I can go through to the Hooks Library and be vaccinated. And it just seems to me I think these issues are going to continue because it's just new. It's hard to coordinate so many sites, and people are, very eager to get the site. So like any person, they're going to go to 3 and 4 sites to put in their names, hoping for the first one. The first one it hits, they're going to go there. But if they are at Pipkin, the Whitehaven or the Appleton location does not know that the person is going to Pipkin to be vaccinated. All we know is that at Appleton and at Whitehaven, they have John Doe that's supposed to be there. John Doe didn't show up. And I don't think there's much we can do to stop people. I mean, they're desperate, they're eager, they want to get vaccinated. I get texts and calls every day. How can I get in? Where do I go? The site has kicked me off. I called for my second vaccination, the issues, so on and so forth. So my thought process is that, perhaps we just can have a site, a global site that people can go to 24 hours a day, that we can just take the unused vaccine to be used. Because the issue, I don't think, is with you all. The issue is just people are desperate. And like anyone, I'll be honest with you, today and yesterday, I've gone to 2 or 3 locations looking for water. I'm all down Goodman Road, going to Lowe's and Super Low and Kroger and everywhere else, trying to get bottled water for my family, my mother, my aunt, and whomever else needs it. Actually had to go down to San Antonio, Mississippi, where I found some water, and I'm told that there's water in Carterville and Cordova. But anyhow, long question, but people are going to be eager and they're going to go to different sites trying to get this vaccine. Can we have one central 24-hour location? And my suggestion would perhaps be the Hooks Library. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Commissioner Turner. That suggestion is a very good one. The challenge for us would be, of course, staff and the availability of vaccine, and whether or not it is that much vaccine left over to justify such an operation. I think that we must make better efforts to bring on other partners to assist in distribution of the vaccine, private providers, other health clinics. We got all of the healthcare systems now who have committed to providing the vaccine not only to their staff and associates, but to the community. And that is what it's going to take. We're in the process of hiring more people because we need them. One of the reasons why we're even supporting the ordinance to allow some folk who are non-Shelby County residents who are nurses to be able to work in a short period of time because we need them. We need more people to help in this operation. We have the people in the vaccine, all things are possible, and we need to explore all things. So 24-hour operation is something that could be entertained and looked at. I think also in terms of the appointment system, we would work with IT to see if we can limit, when you make one appointment at one place, that's it. We shouldn't have it where a person could make an appointment at multiple locations and then take up a space for someone else who could have made that appointment. That's one of the things that has happened. And so we're at one location expecting 1,000 people because that's 1,000 appointments have been taken up. And then we throw out 1,000 and expecting to administer that, and we look up and there's 500 that have only shown up. Now we got 500 doses that we're scrambling trying to find an arm to put it in. So we're looking at ways to try to better the system.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Lasanya Hall, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Shelby County Government. And I wanted to just make sure we had an opportunity. We appreciate the comments from Dr. Randolph, and I wanted to apologize for Dr. Haushalter, but as we all know that there is a very valiant attempt to try to ensure that our teachers are vaccinated in the most efficient and quick fashion. And as such, the reason that she is not here with you commissioners today is because she is working very diligently with school leaders across the county, as well as private schools and charter schools, to ensure that there is a rollout of that program this week. And Dr. Randolph alluded to that. So her absence is not without the critical need to ensure that we get this information rolled out at all of our vaccinations, rather rolled out at all of our school districts. And so that is why she is not here. And I wanted to just quickly answer the questions of the commissioners regarding the sites throughout Shelby County that are currently offering vaccinations. We are currently at Germantown, and we enjoy a wonderful partnership with the Germantown community. They have actually stood up that particular operation with a limited amount of resources from Shelby County. We have enjoyed the partnership with Southwest Tennessee Community College at the Whitehaven location, and we are also working with them to ensure that the other locations throughout the other Southwest Tennessee Community College locations throughout Shelby County are also serving as sites. We are in intense planning and coordination efforts with Southwest Tennessee Community College. You all have heard that Greater Imani will roll out this week. That is in partnership with the auspicious leadership, I might add, of Bishop Bill Atkins, as well as the city of Memphis. The city of Memphis is currently running the Appling Center site You all are aware of the Pipkin building. I heard the question earlier about who would specifically be running that particular site. The city of Memphis will be taking lead in partnership with the health department. And as cited by Dr. Randolph, we are working to ensure that we have a medical clinical partnership to make sure that that particular operation is run smoothly and efficiently. Having stood on the very front lines of this operation as it relates to a vaccination site, I've worked at the Whitehaven site since its opening on February 5th. I can assure you that this coordination in a pandemic, something that none of us have experienced in any of our lifetimes, is difficult at best, but it requires extreme partnerships and logistical planning. It is something that is unpredictable because there is desperation, as noted by Commissioner Turner. People are concerned, they want the vaccination, but the demand for vaccinations versus the supply right now is just not equal. And so we are working as feverishly as we can to ensure that citizens who sign up on the Sign Up Genius site are quickly served. We work to ensure, and I want to say that I can attest to this personally, that when we are at the end of the day, we work to ensure that no vaccination gets wasted, that we ensure that we allow people an opportunity to access those vaccinations. We use the VaxQ text system when we realize or recognize a lull in the vaccination process. We are ensuring that people, as quickly as we can humanly get the word out, we get the word out. I will tell you, commissioners, that what I have seen firsthand, not that what I am hearing, is that the word of mouth and Facebook posts kill us every time. If we have had churches announce on their virtual websites broadcasting that vaccinations are open, and that creates a flood of people, rightfully so, desperate, trying to get those vaccinations. But what happens is they overwhelm us with additional people who have been given misinformation that they can get the vaccination at these sites. We are trying our best to honor all appointments and make sure that those persons who are who have appointments get in to get their vaccinations. But it puts us on the front lines of trying to explain to citizens who, with misinformation, have been told that they can come to these sites, and that has bottlenecked our lines. At the Whitehaven sites and at other sites, as we are opening them, we are working very, very hard to streamline that process at the greeter section. When people arrive at vaccination sites, we are doing our very best to ensure that those persons with appointments are allowed in so that there is not a crazy crowd, if you will, and not crazy in a negative way, but just a panicked crowd at the gates. We are trying to make sure that all citizens recognize the importance of making sure that they are given the very best treatment, the very best customer service and respect on each interaction. And so I wanted to just make sure that I spoke to that issue. And as it relates to a centralized location, 24 hours, it still would require, commissioners, an extreme amount of logistical planning. And we are seeking out the advice and input from our private partners to shore up this operation. But I did not want to let this moment go, especially having worked on the front lines, seeing it firsthand, for you not to know that there is an intense commitment to ensuring that all Shelby County citizens throughout this county and at every site, or that all of their concerns are being heard, and that we are working as fast and quickly as we can to address them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hall. Stand by. I'll call you in if I need you, but just stand by, because I got a bunch of commissioners in. Commissioner Mills, then Commissioner Wright, and then we're gonna go to Commissioner Billingsley. So, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Hi, Dr. Randolph. My question is concerning the new group of people that can sign up for the vaccination, 65 and older. I heard from constituents today that the website wasn't up to date with an option for age 65 to register for the vaccination. And I also heard the 222 number the mail, but you get busy signals nonstop and you get a full mailbox. So my question is, when will the website be updated for them to be able to register? And if February's full, the other question, why not open up March and go ahead and let people start signing up for March?
Well, actually, we plan to start bringing the vaccine for those 65 and older on the 25th. And we will begin opening up appointments there accordingly. Now that we have an idea, a better idea of the predictability of vaccines, how much we're going to get, which roughly is about 13,900 a week, then we can better plan to open up appointments further down the road. So one of the reasons why we were only opening up appointments a week or two at a time is because that's the only length of time that we knew in advance how much vaccine will be available. And so therefore we're trying to make appointments that are consistent and coordinated with the vaccine availability.
Okay. And what about the phone line with the mailbox? And I've heard that more than one time about the mailbox.
Yeah, and I will admit that that has been an ongoing problem. We'll constantly and continuing to work on it to improve the ability to handle the volume. We're getting so many calls that it is just overwhelming the system. So we're continuing to try to upgrade it so we can answer calls in a timely fashion.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is about, good afternoon, Dr. Randolph. My question is about, thank you, thanks for being with us. Had a question about what happened on Friday with regard to the order that was originally closing all restaurants. I'm hearing a lot of frustration from the restaurant owners and managers about just the way that communication was delivered and then I guess reversed later on Friday. Could you walk us through what happened and why that occurred?
Well, the directive was issued on Friday, and it was issued in response to the boil water advisory from Memphis Light and Gas. And initially, when I presented it, I stated, I think to the effect that our restaurants were closed, when in fact, the health directive applies to those restaurants that are customers of MLG&W who will be under the boil water advisory. And if they're not able to boil water or use bottled water, that they would have to close. I would admit that initially I may have jumped the gun in terms of not making it clear, but I think that in subsequent press conference, I did make it clear that this applies to one, businesses, food establishment services that were customers to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, and that the requirements or the recommendations were and is still that they boil water or use bottled water, and they have to have a functioning toilet. my position is that we're asking citizens as a whole to boil water. I also use bottled water. Then certainly that should apply to businesses and food establishments, et cetera. And so that's pretty much the basis for the directive.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Randolph. I'm out of time. I would just, commissioners receive a lot of feedback from the public. And I think we heard a tremendous amount this weekend because not only of the doses that were wasted, that learning about that, and I guess you're going through a review to learn how that happens, but then also this directive that again closed businesses, I guess unexpectedly or incorrectly. Was a burden on those businesses, and there's just a lot of frustration. I know there have been calls for leadership change, and that's really, that's something that I think should be a last resort. But at this point, I think people are very frustrated with the health department, and so I'm hearing it all the time, and people are asking us and asking me why we are not holding the health department accountable. And so all I can do is ask the health department to be cognizant that when you say something and when you're releasing these directives, that it has real world consequences for many people. And people are just very frustrated right now and have us on a short leash. And so, in turn, we have to have accountability from the health department. Thank you, Dr. Randolph.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, so I got a mulligan from Chairman Emeritus, both Chairman Emeritus. So I'm gonna go with Chairman Emeritus Billingsley and then Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Dr. Hall still on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Dr. Hall, again, I'm big on communication. And I've said that over and over with my colleagues, and they concur with me. So when you say we are at Germantown, for example,
Yes, sir.
what does that mean? We are at Germantown in terms of the this process.
So we have an active site, and I think Director Haushalter is going to be joining us shortly. Her meeting has since wrapped up, so she will be online shortly. Commissioner, we are in partnership with leaders in City of Germantown, which includes representatives from their fire departments, their EMT agencies. Okay. They have worked with us in partnership to stand up that operation, and it's been in operation for a couple of weeks now, and it's been very successful. We work with all sites because of the federal and state requirements. We are required to execute a proper chain of command. So there has to be a Shelby County Health Department representative on site.
Gotcha.
They are responsible. Oh, I'm sorry.
Dr. Hall, I think when you say we are at Germantown, it implies that the health department is fully, at least when I hear that, I think the health department is running that site. I've read the memorandum of understanding, for example, from the City of Germantown with the health department.
Yes,
the
sir.
health department is supplying vaccines, but
yes,
everybody working at that site is either a Germantown firefighter, nurses that they've hired. We have Germantown police officers there. Also, the City of Germantown is picking up all the expenses from porta potties to tents to you name it. The health department is supplying vaccine. And
yes,
I do believe you that you've got a member of the health department there, but I don't want, again, we've had so much miscommunication at this point. Let's be transparent about what we're doing is my only request. And like earlier today, I asked Dr. Randolph, what sites is the City of Memphis coordinating? What sites is the City of Germantown coordinating? What sites is Shelby County coordinating?
Absolutely. Commissioner, I just speak with, I'm sorry.
That's all I'm trying to say. And also, Dr. Hall, again, you're my friend. you said a lot of this is unpredictable. Well, respectfully, it's not as unpredictable as it was a year ago. And so I think what we're asking for is we can predict that we've got an enormous amount of citizens, even more now with 65 and above. They're asking for first doses or asking for second doses. I guess this commissioner wants to also hear a plan for one-shot doses, which we believe will be here in the next couple of months. So what will be our plan for that? And also, to the support of the health department, I agree with you. We've never seen a pandemic like this. We have a good health director, Dr. Elisa Haushalter. We've only studied things of this magnitude, I believe Dr. Haushalter would agree, in history books that from hundreds of years ago. But we are here now. We can predict the need in Shelby County. And again, if the health department was intended to do a certain job, I don't think they were ever intended to be logistics experts.
Right.
But I'm a little frustrated in that we are in a worldwide community of wonderful logistical leaders, not only from FedEx, but from a myriad of experts. And I think, again, I understand Dr. Haushalter is working with the state of Tennessee, but this commissioner is just begging you to consider doing what we do really well, and then let's ask others for help. And again, I don't think Dr. Haushalter or Dr. Randolph got their degrees, neither did you, Dr. Hall, to do logistics and that type of deal. I think Dr. Haushalter is an amazing scientist, as Dr. Randolph is. So this commissioner just wants to be sure we're really doing our best to communicate, and let's try to predict what we can predict, because the commissioners and the health department are running out of excuses. And I say that in a kind way. I don't say that in a derogatory way, but we've got to get our arms around this. And again, I say that very respectfully.
And Dr. Haushalter is here, Commissioner Billingsley, so I will deflect to her, but I wanted to just speak quickly in response to the use of the word we. I operate in the spirit of partnership on every endeavor. And so when I mention we, there really is a partnership on every site. The health department is there, yes, but we would not be able to do any of this without all of the wonderful volunteer staff and leaders in every community to make sure that each of these sites operate. The unpredictability that I referenced, sir, it's simply referencing human behavior. It's not the unpredictability of how many appointments we have, but in the lines, as you're trying to ensure that people are vaccinated properly, there is unpredictable human behavior that occurs. And that is something that you literally have to walk the lines to understand what I am referencing. So I apologize if you misunderstood my use of those terms, but I wanted to make sure that I clarified that for you. And I will now turn over to Dr. Haushalter.
Thank you, Dr.
Hold on. Let me run this meeting. Then I'm gonna get to Dr. Haushalter. So let me get Commissioner Turner out of the way. He's the last one in the queue. Then we'll go to Dr. Haushalter. So Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you doing the job you're doing to keep everything moving. I know it's tough. And thank you, Director Haushalter and Dr. Randolph. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Hall. I know a number of teachers who were able to go to the Whitehaven site to be vaccinated. And of course, our educators are of grave concern to us. I just wanted to let the commissioners know and the listening public know that the website for the Shelby County Health Department has been updated. Phases 1A1 and 1A2 are now on here. And so I think that was something that I've sent out to commissioners, and what's being offered are Pfizer and Moderna vaccination. And the dates that I have are 24 through 25, February 25 through 26 at the Pipkin Building, February 24 through 25 at Germantown Baptist, February 27th at the Pipkin Building again. Just wanted to note that the website has been updated at this time. Thank you very much.
All right, now, Dr. Haushalter. I know you came in late and you probably on the tail end of a lot of the conversation, but I'm gonna turn the floor over to you. Is there anything you want to add to the conversation?
Thank you, Chairman. Elisa Householder, Director of the Shelby County Health Department. And I did come in on the tail end because we were doing a planning meeting on vaccines. So I think I'm just going to hit some high level things. And then if there are any specific questions of me, I'm happy to answer that. One, I want to just note to everyone, there was exceptional unpredictability in vaccine delivery until really the last 2 weeks. And we anticipated increased predictability when there was a transition to the Biden administration. And we believe that we have that locally now. We at least know that a minimum of doses will receive locally. The other is that we have always known, particularly with the 2-dose vaccines, in order to vaccinate the minimum amount of public necessary to reach herd immunity was going to take about 1.2 million touches. And we know with all the effort and work that's been put into testing, we still are under 1 million. And so this is a massive effort that's going to take a long period of time. And there's very high demand, and we anticipate that demand will dwindle somewhat as months go on. I'm only saying all that to preface the fact that partnership is key. We are not able to do this individually. We rely heavily on all of our partners, but also over time, the plan is to move more vaccine into the private sector for ease of access. So more pharmacies to have vaccine. Like I just got notice, Kroger, one of the Krogers will get vaccine. We know Walmart has vaccine. And then also to move it into providers' offices as well over time. So there's a lot of moving parts as we continue to evolve very, very rapidly. So one of the questions had to do with the various sites. So I'll use the Pipkin site as an example. The Pipkin site is a really good example of partnership. It's a city facility that they offer to the health department. The health department runs the under the tent functions, which is the vaccination functions. And then the sheriff's office and many, many volunteers and FEMA assisted with the external operations. But as time has moved on and the city is now a provider of its own, they will assume responsibility for the outside functions really this week. So as of today, tomorrow's the first day this week that they'll be open. And then March 1st, we will transition the vaccination component over to the city. However, the city does not really do that. They have a contract with University Clinical Health through UT. So the majority of sites are 2 or 3 partners that bring various expertise to the table, or they may have various resources. But that will continue to evolve as the system evolves. There are a few other glitches that we all know have occurred that we are all working to smooth out. So the example of one glitch that's been persistent is the scheduling of second doses. We use a state system called Sign Up Genius. That's what we were asked to use. It is not an easy system to do appointments. You literally have to do a new sign up link for each site. And so with unpredictability of vaccine, we're always changing the site and it leaves too much room for human error. We are exploring the state's new system, which is called VRAS. And we're also exploring university clinical health systems to try to have a better system for initial appointments, but also those second dose appointments. And I do anticipate post the increased predictability that things will smooth out over time. And communication is another critical issue, and we'll continue to work at communications. But in the future, what I personally see as the health department's primary responsibility is to try to reach those most vulnerable populations that may not be able to access those high volume throughput pods. And so that we'll continue to work to move in that direction. Lastly, I do want to highlight that despite any of the less than perfect operations locally, we have vaccinated well over 100,000 people within Shelby County, and that statewide, we've actually done a better job at reaching communities of color. We do appreciate the continued feedback. We will continue to work with partners to improve our overall delivery through the Joint Task Force and continue to ask people's patience as we really do something that's unprecedented historically. We have had pandemics historically, but never to this volume. And we've never had this much, I'll say, complexity of the vaccines. And my last comment has to do with the single dose vaccine. Yes, we do anticipate Johnson & Johnson will be here shortly. It's not only better because it's a single dose vaccine, it does not have all of the storage issues that Pfizer vaccine has. It's treated like a regular vaccine. So it'll be very easy to do that in our clinics. It'll be very easy to do it in primary care providers' offices, and again, improve access. So I may not have answered every question that came up, but I hope I hit some high level things that were helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Householder, you did hit some of the questions. I only have one thing, and then we thank you for, coming and presenting Dr. Randolph, Dr. Hall, for taking the tough questions and presenting the information. So my one question is, can we meet this week, you, me, and Dr. Martin, to discuss what we talked about this week? And so if you can send me an email or when we can do that, I'll be waiting on that and looking forward to it.
Definitely.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Householder. There's no other commissioners in the queue. So commissioners, can we get approval of our February the 8th, 2021 minutes, as well as our February 17th, 2021 special call commission meeting minutes? And can we do that without objection? All right. Hearing no objection, so moved. February 8th, 2021 committee meeting and commission meeting, and February 17th, 2021 special call commission meeting minutes are approved. All right, we have 3 ways of announcing an appearance for public speaking, and the information can be done in 3 ways. You can send us e-comments via this link, https www.shelby-tn.gov/1218/archive-meeting-audio. And you can do that until 3 p.m. or you can do it via designated email account. And that email account is boc.email@shelbycountytn.gov. And lastly, via phone at 901-222-1234. All right, and with that being said, Madam, okay, we got some presentations here, so let me go through this. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 4.
Yes, sir. Item 4, the 2021 Living Legends presentations.
All right, Commissioner Sawyer. Okay, you muted, can't hear you.
Got it. Thank you, Chairman. This month is Black History Month, and we are in the final week of Black History Month, and as has been the tradition of this body for the last 3 years, we are having our Living Legend resolutions as presented by the Shelby County Black Caucus. This year, we are awarding Living Legends Black History Month resolutions to Dr. Bill Atkins, Dr. David and Yvonne Acey, Mr. Art Gilliam, Dr. Reverend Lucinda Gray, Dr. Carol Johnson, Ms. Sarah Lewis, Ms. Hazel Moore, and Reverend Dr. Gina Stewart. So we'll begin. We believe that everyone should be on the line. If you can cue them up, we're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Commissioner William Brooks, presenting to Dr. Bill Atkins. Thank you.
Am I ready to go, Chairman?
Yes, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. Okay. To the chairman and to my colleagues on the commission, too much is given, much is required. If you've heard that line of wisdom, you know that it means we are held responsible for what we have. If we have been blessed with talent, wealth, knowledge, time, and the like, it is expected that we benefit others. As a servant leader, much has been given to me, so in turn, I am required to give back. And there are some extraordinary people who have given much to me. Our honoree, Dr. William A. Atkins Jr., is one who have poured and supported me as I've worked toward building a strong, more inclusive community through civic, faith-based education, fraternity, and professional endeavors. 1 Timothy 5th chapter 17 verse says that the elders who rule well would be considered worthy of double honor, especially those who labor in preaching and teaching. So today we honor and celebrate Shelby County African-American living legend, Dr. William A. Atkins Jr., many of us refer to him as Dr. Bill Atkins. In the resolution, and I will be brief, it reads the words, Dr. William A. Atkins Jr. is a mentor, an author, humanitarian, public servant, scholar, civil rights, and religious leader. He's a Memphian, married to the beautiful Lineker Atkins, and they have been blessed with 4 wonderful children, Ty, Ronnie, Chris, and Williams III. Dr. Atkins is a firm believer in education, and he leads by example in that area. He has earned a Master of Divinity degree from Cornerstone Theological Seminary, and later a Doctor of Ministry from Bell South Trinity Baptist College. He also received a Doctor of Humane Letters from the University of Uganda. He is a life member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, Inc., and has served as the national chaplain for our fraternity. Dr. Atkins started Grady Money Church and Christian Center on November 1st, 1989, with 29 dedicated friends and family members. Since that time, Grady Money, the Cathedral of Faith, has enjoyed phenomenal growth, making what has some call one of the fastest growing churches in America. Dr. Atkins was active in the civil rights movement from childhood, participating with his father and mother in the local NAACP and later working as a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He has stood before mayors, governors, presidents, and international dignitaries on behalf of causes and concerns that face humanity. Dr. Atkins has led numerous missionary journeys into Africa and the Caribbean, establishing health clinics in Senegal, Gambia, and Ghana, supporting numerous economic development efforts on the African continent. He is credited with delivering over $5 million in medicine and medical supplies to West Africa on numerous missions. So therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners, do hereby honor and appreciate Shelby County African-American living legend, Dr. William A. Atkins Jr., for his dedication and service to Shelby County, Tennessee. Hear ye. And I guess, I think Brother Atkins is on the phone. I don't know whether we can.
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Brother Atkins is there?
Yes, I am. I'm here, Brother Brooks. I am.
Okay. Brother Atkins, you have the floor.
Listen, I just want to thank the Shelby County Commission, especially for taking time to to honor this humble servant. You blessed me. I consider this a great honor. Thank you for taking the time out and in February, in the month of February, to honor such servants who have served this community for years. God bless you. The work goes on. It hasn't finished. It continues on, and we'll continue doing all that we can. Once again, thank you so much for honoring me in this way. I appreciate it so much. God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Atkins. Commissioner Sawyer, I'm gonna let you keep rolling. Commissioner Sawyer.
I'm sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I was muted. I was saying thank you, Dr. Atkins, and thank you, Commissioner Brooks. To all the honorees today, we will be presenting you with framed resolutions that you should receive within the next week or so. Because of the weather, we weren't able to get it done before today, but we're going to move on now. And thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Lowry will be presenting to Dr. David and Yvonne Acey and Mr. Art Gillian.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawyer. So I'd like to take this time to recognize David and Yvonne Acey. So much to say about these two individuals, and I'm proud to be able to present them today. In the essence of time, I want to read a little bit about both David and Yvonne Acey. So as you all are aware, they founded African in April Culture Awareness Festival with a nod to the then decade-old Memphis in May International Festival. African April exists to represent African American culture and people in order to learn the history, teach the history, and connect international diaspora. The festival focuses on bringing African dignitaries, ambassadors, and culture to Memphis community on an annual basis while honoring a different African country each year. It offers multiple days of fun, food, festivals with different themes, each showcasing an international perspective using multiplicity of mediums: education, economics, culture, fashion, arts, crafts, music, history, and cuisine. We can go on and on about this festival. It's also a big economic driver to our county, as countless people flock to African April each year when it's been able to be housed, and also a medium for small businesses to be more awareness and to be more active in our community. So I want to take this time to thank David and Yvonne Acey for all the work they've continued to do within our county, within our community. I'd be remiss if I also didn't mention they're proud graduates of Lemoyne-On College and all they've done for Lemoyne-On as well. So thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to present David and Yvonne Acey. I'm not sure if they're on the line or not.
We're here. Can you hear us?
Yes, please.
Can you see us?
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, hold on 1 second. We're working with it. Can you see us?
Yes, yes. Good to see you all.
Well, I'd like to thank the Shelby County Commissioners, Mayor Lee Harris and Sawyer, and all the commissioners for recognizing us with this great honor as a living legend. We are very proud to be Memphians and Shelby Countyans. And thank you, Chairman, our Commissioner Lowry, and the entire commissioners for this great honor. And we accept it with pride and humility. And as Bill Atkins said, we will continue. The struggle continues, and we will do all we can to promote our next festival, which is April 21, provided the health things are in order. But if not, we'll have Africa in August. So we're going to continue 34 years. I'd like to thank the commissioners for their continued support of African April and all of those who have helped us to do what Commissioner Lowry just said. So thank you very much, and we appreciate you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm Yvonne B. Acey, and I too would like to express my gratitude for that call this morning from my Commissioner Jones, my church member. Also, Mikhail, for making sure that this happened today, and all other commissioners who serve and love Memphis and Shelby County. We are, of course, dedicated to Memphis and Shelby County in more ways than one, from Warren College on to University of Memphis, on to other HBCUs. We realize our job and our mission is to make sure that we promote, we research, preserve, interpret, and disseminate information about our lives, other historians, and the culture of African diaspora to the global community, Memphis and around the world. We're rated number 6 internationally. We will continue to study and stimulate and disseminate this information to you as you all work with us. We know that we're committed, and whatever happens to one happens to all. I think Jesse Jackson always said, we're wrapped up in the garment of humanity. What happens to one happens to all. And certainly we're witness of that in Memphis, Shelby County, and around the world. Again, we're grateful, we're humble, and we know that the journey will continue. And you know that that journey will begin with people and will continue around the world. We, again, accept the leadership, opportunities, and the challenge to serve. Thank you so much to all commissioners, Mikhail Lowry, and the mayor and others who made this happen. We are extremely honored, and we are humbled to receive it, and we will, as they said, continue.
Thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner Lowry, you can continue. I think you had 2. And to the ACEs, I want to say thank you for your consistency, because if you can't have it in April, you'll have it in August. You've chosen the months of age, so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
It still works.
All right, yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Lowry.
All right, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. AC. It's always good to see you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so you all can sign off the video.
All right. Okay.
All right. So next on our honorees is Art Gilliam. And I want to spend some time talking about Art as well. So for all you don't know, Art began writing a weekly editorial for the Commercial Appeal and was hired by WMC TV in Memphis as the weekend news anchor. Gilliam was the first African-American to write for the Commercial Appeal and the first African-American on-air reporter and anchor on Memphis television at WMC TV. Then from 1975 to 1976, he worked as administrative assistant to U.S. Congressman Harold Ford Sr. I know somebody else who had this kind of same lineage as well between WMC and Congressman Ford. I think my father was following your footsteps a little bit. In 1977, he launched Gilliam Communications, Inc. and bought WLOK radio station. In doing so, WLOK became the first African-American owned Memphis radio station and the city's first locally owned station. He sponsors the annual WLOK Stone Soul Picnic, which we can't wait for that to come back as well, which draws thousands of attendees. Gilliam's WLOK has earned the title of #1 gospel station in the nation by Religion and Media Quarterly for several consecutive years. In 1997, was recognized as by the Tennessee Historical Commission as Tennessee's historical landmark as well. Gilliam also received the Black History Man of Honor Leadership Award, the Gospel Bridge Lifetime Achievement Award, the Rainbow Push Martin Luther King Jr. Award, amongst many others. So I'm honored today to be able to present Art Gilliam as one of our living legends and thank him for all he has done for our community. Mr. Gilliam, are you on the line?
Mr. Gilliam did not make it today.
All right. Well, we honor him all the same. So thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lowry. And thank you to the ACs and to Mr. Gilliam for their contributions to our community. Next, we have Commissioner Turner, who is honoring Dr. Lucinda Gray.
Commissioner Turner?
If we need to,
Yeah.
okay,
Let's go to the next one.
yep. Dr. Carol Johnson being recognized by Commissioner Edmund Ford, Jr.
Yeah, without the junior, that's my old man. So yeah, thank you, Commissioner
I just
Sawyer.
had to make sure we knew who it was.
Exactly. If Dr. Carol Johnson Dean is on, I'd like to go ahead and acknowledge her.
I am on.
All right. Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure doing this, Dr. Carol Johnson Dean. I knew you when you were just Dr. Carol Johnson, and I think when you look at education, especially with Memphians, how can you not acknowledge Dr. Carol Johnson Dean? So I'm just going to go through. We already established the protocol, so we know that Dr. Carol Johnson Dean was former Legacy Memphis City Schools superintendent, most recently the interim president of Lemoyne College. She has made so many contributions to the betterment of education for learners of all ages in Shelby County. Doesn't matter what their socioeconomic status is, race, religion, nationality. Dr. Carol Johnson Dean has been that leader. She's a graduate of Fisk University with a bachelor's in elementary education. She received her master's and doctoral degrees from the University of Minnesota. She's been awarded so many honorary degrees, whether it's been Rose College or the Lemoyne College, Simmons College, and Boston, Massachusetts as well. Before she became our superintendent, she served in the same capacity as St. Louis Park, Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Boston, Massachusetts school systems as well. And we all know that her lifelong commitment to education has been the example for young African Americans. And Dr. Carol Johnson Dean does personify the qualities of an African American living legend. So it is my honor, privilege, and pleasure to honor her in this particular capacity as Shelby County African American living legend. Dr. Carol Johnson Dean, if you have any words, we would love to hear from you at this time.
Thank you so very much, Commissioner Ford. I'll try to make my comments brief, but I have to say I'm just really honored to be amongst such outstanding people. The AC is certainly a big part of my life with Memphis City Schools and with Africa. In April, Art Gilliam with WLOK, Lysimba Gray, and Dr. Atkins have all been very strong supporters of Lemoyne College, and Gina Stewart at Christ Missionary, as well as Sarah Lewis with Memphis City Schools. So I feel very not at home with these people, but I know them all. And I just have them in such strong honor to be along with them. I do want to just acknowledge that Commissioner Mikkel Lowry and Commissioner Reginald Milton are graduates of Lemoyne College. And we were very fortunate this year that when we were hit with the pandemic in March of 2020, the county commissioner stepped forward and gave Lemoyne College some of the COVID money, $500,000 to support are getting equipment in the hands of our students, making sure we got the PPE, make sure we had all of the access to online broadband, signage, everything that our students needed to help stay in school. So I couldn't be more grateful to the County Commission for all of their help and their leadership. I do want to say, I know you're struggling a lot with the health issues and the water, but I have to say between March and December or January, when I left Lemoyne College, I probably talked every single week to Dr. Bruce Randolph. He called, he helped me, guide me through all of the issues around the pandemic. And even though these are very difficult times, I know for the health department, I feel truly grateful for the support that I was given at Lemoyne College, and truly grateful to be recognized in this way. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ford, and for all of the commissioners, particularly people I've worked with before, like Willie Brooks as a commissioner in Memphis City Schools. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sawyer, I yield back to you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Dr. Johnson. We do appreciate you. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Turner, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Commissioner Sawyer. My apologies.
No worries. Commissioner Turner will now present to Dr. Gray.
Thank you. It's my esteemed pleasure to present to a man who really needs no introduction, the Honorable Dr. Lysimba Gray. Dr. Gray is known for many things, and I'll just hit a couple of highlights here. He is known in one instance to be the pastor of New Sardis Baptist Church, located in District 12 in the heart of Southeast Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee. During the 18 years he pastored New Sardis, the membership grew up to 2,000 members. He's also served as the health coordinator for the Memphis affiliate of the Congress of National Black Churches. He did that for 10 years. He also was president of the Memphis Satellite Memphis Satellite Operation for PUSH, the Rainbow PUSH Coalition, which we all know Reverend Jesse Jackson led so well from Chicago. He ran the Memphis operation. He also served on the Tennessee Human Rights Commission under 3 governors for the state of Tennessee. Dr. Gray's lifelong commitment to civil rights and his endless involvement in the community is an example that he has set for many young Black Americans, and that is so remarkable. His mission in life is to empower people to become so that all God, his mission in life is to inspire people to become all that they can to liberate the world from sin, poverty, and enslavement. Dr. Gray personifies the qualities of an African-American living legend. He's a proud Lane Knight. And for those of you who do not know what a Lane Knight is, that means he is a proud graduate of Lane College out of Jackson, Tennessee, which is an historically Black college right here in Tennessee. And just a side note here, HBCUs have given this world, as the case may be, some of the most brilliant and some of the best minds, African-American minds that the world has seen. And Dr. Gray, as a proud Lane Knight, is definitely one of those great and brilliant minds. And so congratulations, Dr. Gray. We honor you, we appreciate you, we love you, and we're so honored to have you be a living legend and to receive this commendation from the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. Thank you, Madam Chair Sawyer.
Thank you very much. Is Dr. Gray on?
I'm on, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Would you like to share a few words?
Let me thank Commissioner Turner for that wonderful introduction, and to the commission for commissioners for this great honor. My late pastor, the Reverend Benjamin Lawson Hook, said, "Service is the rent we pay to live in this society." So I've been trying to pay my rent most of my adult life, and I'm still in the rears. Thank you again for this wonderful honor, and I shall forever be grateful.
Thank you so much. It is an honor, Dr. Gray. We appreciate you, and thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Jones, Ms. Hazel Moore, the mayor of Whitehaven.
Yes, so thank you. And to Dr. Gray, you could not have said that so well in the interest of service. So I have the distinct honor and pleasure of honoring, and everyone knows her as the mayor of Whitehaven, Miss Hazel Moore, who owns Hazel's Hair Fashion. And so what I want to say about Miss Hazel, and I don't even need a script to go from, because I have been around her, seen her work for many years out in the community, building characters with our young people, working in our school systems, always rallying and pulling the community together. She just doesn't do it in Whitehaven, she does it all over the county. And so she's regarded as a highly regarded speaker. I mean, her talents and what she does to promote community pride, encouraging those citizens to participate in community activities. And the Whitehaven Holiday Festival that we have, the parade every year, she's the founder of that. And so many of her good works and what she does in the community. I could go on and on about Miss Moore, what she does. Trust me, I get phone calls almost weekly as to things going on in the community that she is promoting, or asking questions about how can we get this done. And so for those many, many years of her leadership in Shelby County, it is an honor to honor the mayor of Whitehaven, Miss Hazel Moore, for her extraordinary and credible work in Shelby County.
I would like to thank you, Chairman Jones, for honoring me and the entire commission. I appreciate this honor. It's an honor that I will never forget, but I will not stop because the Lord has given me a position and saved me to continue to serve as a leader of young people. I am working to pass on whatever I know. I will not leave it here. I'll pass it on to young people who I love and I have worked with a lifetime, and I've continued to do this. Thanks to all of you that have helped honor this award, and thank you.
Thank you, and I'll yield the floor back to you, Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Moore, and thank you, Chairman Jones. And we have Commissioner Milton, who will be reading the recognition for Dr. Gina Stewart.
Thank you. You know, the list of people that we have here obviously have done great things for our community, and the service is without question respected and appreciated. It is clear that opportunity to be able to provide this small gesture of appreciation is well deserved. And to Reverend Dr. Gina Marcia Stewart, she is pastor and preacher, visionary, builder, mentor, adjunct professor, and daughter of Christ Missionary Baptist Church in Memphis, Tennessee. She has led the congregation of Christ Missionary Baptist Church since March of 1995. She is a native Memphian and a daughter of Christ Missionary Baptist Church, where she was baptized and mentored administered by her predecessor and former pastor, the Reverend Eddie L. Curry. On March the 4th, 1995, she was elected by majority vote to serve as the pastor of Christ Missionary Baptist Church. She is the first African-American female elected to serve as established African-American Baptist congregation in Memphis and Shelby County. She is a 1978 graduate of Memphis Catholic High School, earned a bachelor's in marketing in 1982, and the University of Memphis. In 1989, she received a Master of Education in Administration. It is without question, and now therefore be it resolved by the Board of the County Commission of Shelby County, Tennessee, that we do hereby honor and appreciate the wonderful work and dedication of Reverend Dr. Gina Stewart. Thank you. Dr. Stewart, are you there?
I am.
It's a pleasure. Please.
Thank you, Commissioner Milton, and to all of the county commissioners that are present. I just want to echo the sentiments of all of the other honorees who have been recognized today, and say that it is a signal honor to be included with such an impressive group of honorees. You know, they say that a living legend is someone who is alive and either famous or doing something extremely well. I hope that I can live up to this honor. Thanks so much for thinking of me and including me with such an auspicious group. God bless you.
Dr. Stewart, thank you for the wonderful work you do. God bless you.
Thank you.
Please, Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Milton. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. We appreciate you as well. And our final recognition is for Miss Sarah Lewis, who couldn't join us today. But I'll just very briefly read a portion of Miss Lewis's resolution. We all know Miss Sarah Lewis from her service with the former Memphis City School Board. and as a community organizer. She's a passionate leader. She's one that I, as a elected Black female, look up to and elect. She's an alum of both Lemoyne College and the University of Memphis. She was Assistant Superintendent for Memphis City Schools and Executive Director for Free Children Incorporated. She was also the Director of Shelby County Head Start, and then she continued on as a member of the Tennessee Elementary Schools Committee of the Commission of Elementary Schools. She has served on numerous boards in the state and in the southern region as advocate for education and as an advocate for children. She's a member of the board of directors of United Way and the Memphis in May and Junior Achievement. And most importantly, as we know her to be, as I said, an outspoken, very outspoken advocate for African-American children in the city of Memphis. And she's a member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Even though Ms. Lewis could not be with us today, we wanted to make sure that she also receives her recognition. And we thank you for being a living legend. I thank you all for the time today. This concludes our Black History Month celebration. Thank you to each of our living legends, and may we continue to follow in your footsteps to make our county and our home just a more inclusive and livable place for all Black people. Thank you.
All right, so is Ms. Lewis not on?
No, she could not join us today.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to proceed forward with our agenda. Madam Parliamentarian, I think are we on the consent agenda now?
Yes, sir.
All right, Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read the consent agenda in its entirety of all those items that were sent down with a favorable recommendation?
Yes, sir. Items 5 and 6 come from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Ford. Item 5 is a resolution approving a contract with Novatech Inc. for multifunction copier systems and services in a total amount not to exceed $1,995,734.16, commencing upon execution of the contract through June 30th, 2024, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods, contingent upon Commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 Information Technology Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $465,671, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. Item 6 is a resolution approving a contract with Plant & Moran PLLC for consulting and project management for Enterprise Resource Planning System RFP development in a total amount not to exceed $340,586, commencing upon execution of the contract through December 31st, 2021, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods contingent upon Commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 Information Technology Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $340,586, sponsored by Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. Item 7 comes from the Public Works Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Bradford. Item 7 is a resolution to accept the public improvements and to release a subdivision performance bond that secured the improvements to Woodland Hills 2 Plan Development Phase 3 PD 08-324CC. This item does not require expenditure of county general funds, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford. Item 8 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Turner. Item 8 is a resolution requesting the state of Tennessee utilize the National Guard with the assistance of Memphis area logistics professionals to oversee the administration of COVID-19 vaccinations in Shelby County. Sponsored by Commissioner McBride, Commissioner Amber Mills, Commissioner Evan Ford Jr., Commissioner Reginald Milton, Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr., Commissioner Michael Willie, and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. Item 9 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Mills. Item 9 is a resolution to amend the FY 2021 operating budget in the amount of $199,432 and the FY 2021 position control budget, adding 2 FTE positions prosecutors to expend funding made available from the Office of Justice Programs, OJP, U.S. Department of Justice, DOJ, to provide case advocates servicing all local and federal enforcement initiatives for the period of October 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2022. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY21 federal grant funds in the amount of $199,432, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills and Commissioner Mark Billingsley. Item 10 comes from the Economic Development and Tourism Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item 10 is a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority airport revenue refunding bonds in an amount not to exceed $62,500,000 to refund all or a portion of the authority's airport refunding revenue bonds, Series 2011A-1, Airport Refunding Revenue Bonds, Series 2011B, and Airport Refunding Revenue Bonds, Series 2011D for cost savings, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. Item 11 comes from the Community Services Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Morrison. Item 11 is a resolution to amend the FY 2021 Grants Fund operating budget in the amount of $91,443 and to amend the position control budget, adding 6 FTEs for the period of October 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 for the Shelby County Community Services Agency Community Services Block Grant Program. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2021 federal through state grant funds in the amount of $91,443, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison. Item 12 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Chairman Jones. Item 12 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley. Items 13 through 15 come from the Delinquent Tax Properties Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Milton. Item 13 is a resolution approving the sale of 25 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired from various Shelby County tax sales to identify purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $21,680 pursuant to the sale provisions of Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute proclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton. Item 14 is a resolution approving the conveyance of improved parcel of county-owned delinquent tax property to Carl Crutcher Jr. Outreach Foundation, a Tennessee not-for-profit corporation, for nominal consideration and to authorize the Shelby County Mayor to execute proclaimed deed, sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton. Item 15 is a resolution approving the sale of 56 county-owned delinquent tax parcels located in South Memphis, zip codes 38106 and 38126, acquired from various Shelby County tax sales to identify purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $113,980 pursuant to the sale provisions of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute claim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton. Items 16 and 17 come from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Billingsley. Item 16 is a resolution approving a contract with Hill Services and approving the expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement funds in an amount not to exceed $182,920 to provide for the ongoing use of a mobile temporary chiller to satisfy the climate control needs at Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center located at 201 Poplar Avenue through June 30th, 2021. This item requires expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement project number 307-367 funds in an amount not to exceed $182,920, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley. Item 17 is a resolution amending the FY 2021 capital improvement budget in order to transfer funds in the amount of $750,000 from FY 2021 CIP project number 307366 to FY 2021 CIP project number 307398, and approving a contract in an amount not to exceed $425,000 between Shelby County Government and Donald Welch for the purchase of 0.7 acres of improved real property located at 3785 Riverdale Road, Memphis, Tennessee. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement program funds and CIP project number 307398 in an amount not to exceed $750,000 for acquisition, closing costs, and renovation of the Shelby County Clerk's Riverdale Satellite Office, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley. Items 18 through 23 come from the Community Enhancement Grant Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $10,000 to Hype Helping Young People Excel, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 19 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $25,000 to Memphis Hightailers, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 20 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $5,000 to the Way Church of Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Willie F. Brooks, Jr. Item 21 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $7,500 to Main Street Collierville, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford. Item 22 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $11,000 to Community Project, Inc., a charitable organization sponsored by Chairman Eddie S. Jones, Jr. Item 23 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $10,000 to Vote 70, Inc., a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry, Commissioner McWright, and Commissioner Brandon Morse.
All right, can I get a mover and a second for the consent agenda?
Moved by Bradford.
It's moved by Bradford.
Second by Morrison.
And second by Morrison. All right, commissioners, are there any items, it's been moved by Bradford, seconded by Morrison. Are there any items that you would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Billingsley. Would you please pull item number 16?
Okay. All right. Any other commissioners?
This is Commissioner Morrison. If you would pull item 8, I see Commissioner Wright also asked to pull it.
Okay. All right. Let me go down here and make sure. Okay. Any other commissioners? All right. Seeing no other items to be pulled off of the consent agenda, we'll go ahead on and call on the clerk to bring this to a vote for the approval of the consent agenda minus item 8 and item number 16. Madam Clerk, prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Okay.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
All right. Consent agenda is now approved minus items 8 and 16. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 8.
Yes, sir. Item 8 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Turner. Item 8 is a resolution requesting that the state of Tennessee utilize the National Guard with the assistance of Memphis area logistics professionals to oversee the administration of COVID-19 patients in Shelby County, sponsored by Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Amber Mills, Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr., Commissioner Reginald Milton, Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr., Commissioner Michael Willie, and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
All right, so I need a mover and a second.
Move Bradford.
Moved by Bradford, seconded by Ford. All right. Commissioner Wright, then Bradford. And we'll go in that order. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a substitute on this item. If staff could please forward that out to all commissioners. But just to give a quick heads up on what that is, all the substitute would do is remove the references to the National Guard. And so it would just, it would leave a resolution that is seeking assistance from the state of Tennessee. The reason for that being that we have heard from the state of Tennessee today, and there is indication that they do, they have heard our call for our request for assistance with the vaccination effort, and they are preparing to deliver some form of assistance. So again, what this substitute will do is just remove the language dealing with the National Guard.
All right, so is that a motion to bring on a substitute?
I will make the motion.
All right, well, I'll second your motion. So, Madam Parliamentarian, do you have that particular resolution?
Yes, sir.
All right, so can we accept this substitute without objection? All right, hearing no objections.
I do wanna, if it's okay with you, sir, I just would reread the caption because it's
right
changed a bit. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it if all we're doing is requesting it from the state of Tennessee and we're striking out the National Guard. So
That's, yeah, okay. Well, that's the gist of it, but it's a different caption. So procedurally, I guess normally I would read the substituted caption into the record.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the substitute caption for item 8 reads, resolution requesting that the state of Tennessee assist with the administration of COVID-19 vaccinations in Shelby County, sponsored by Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Amber Mills, Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr., Commissioner Reginald Milton, Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr., Commissioner Michael Whaley, and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
All right, so we have a move and a second. Move by Wright, seconded. Was that me or was that Bradford that second that?
It was you, Chairman.
Okay, so moved by me. All right. So it's properly, the substitute is properly before us now. Let's move to Commissioner Bradford.
Yes, I'd like to be added as a sponsor on this item.
All right, second. So it's been moved by Bradford, seconded by me to be added as a sponsor. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Any other commissioners wishing to speak on, oh, what, Commissioner Turner has a question. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I just had a question. When we are requesting the assistance, do we know what would the actual assistance be? Are they assisting with actual injections of the vaccine, or are we asking them to assist with logistics? We spent a lot of time on it, logistics earlier. Are we asking them to assist with coordination of the sign-up list, so we don't have, so that's perhaps streamlined? Are we going to ask them to assist with the 24-hour vaccination site that, was kind of suggested? I'm just kind of interested in specifically what assistance will we ask them to provide.
All right, I will turn that back over to Commissioner Wright to answer that question. Commissioner Wright, if you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that question, Commissioner Turner. I would say probably some of all of that. We've had issues We've had any number of issues with the process where we could have used support and could still use some support. It does sound like the administration and the health department have reached out to other partners. We have City of Memphis taking on part of that, but this would just simply be a blanket request for support from the state. And again, the good news as of today is that it sounds like that they are prepared to offer some of that support. Also, there was some late breaking news as we've been underway today about, I guess the state of Tennessee is now embedding, the health department has embedded some employees already with the health department. So I don't honestly know what the nature of what they're prepared to give us at this point, but I think this would be just a blanket call that we could use logistics help. We could use more hands on, more boots on the ground. So any kind of assistance would be appreciated.
All right, Commissioner Turner, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Perhaps if or when the governor indicates that resources will be allocated, perhaps there should be some coordination with the health department or whomever to best utilize those resources to actually meet the urgent needs that are of concern to us. I think that would be important because once we ask for this assistance, we need to be able to efficiently direct this assistance to the actual needs. So perhaps as this moves forward, there'll be greater coordination from our health department and others. But I appreciate this start, and it appears that the state knows we need the assistance and they're willing to assist. So I think this is great. Thank you to the sponsors, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Turner. Vice Chair Morrison.
Thank you, Chairman. I would also like to be added as a sponsor if I'm not already.
All right. Well, if you're not, I'll second it. So it's been moved by Commissioner Morrison to be added as a sponsor. I have seconded. Can we do that without objection? All right.
And I'd just like to add one more comment. I really appreciated Commissioner Turner's comments to the health director and Dr. Randolph, and like his idea, really support his idea of being specific when we make the request that perhaps they could help us with a plan not to waste any vaccine. Thank you.
All right. So thank you,
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Billingsley. Could I please be a sponsor as well?
Okay, hold on a second. Let me do something right quick. I'm gonna let you be a sponsor, but let me clear the other matter up. Moved by Morrison, seconded by me, done without objection, so moved. Commissioner Billingsley has moved to be added as a sponsor. I will second it. So it's been moved by Billingsley, seconded by me to be added as the chairman, to be added as a sponsor. Can we do that without objection? Hearing no objection, Commissioner Billingsley, you are added as a sponsor. Any other commissioners wanting to speak on agenda item number 8? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 16.
Yes, sir. Item 16 comes from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Billingsley. Item 16 is a resolution approving a contract with Hill Services and approving the expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement funds in an amount not to exceed $182,920 to provide for the ongoing use of a mobile temporary chiller to satisfy the climate control needs at the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center located at 201 Poplar Avenue through June 30th, 2021. This item requires expenditure of FY 2021 capital improvement project number 307367 funds in an amount not to exceed $182,920, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
All right, can I get a mover and a seconder?
Motion by Billingsley.
Second by Bradford.
All right, it's been moved by Billingsley, second by Bradford.
Mr. Chairman, I have a substitute for item number 16. This is Billingsley.
Okay. All right, so Madam Parliamentarian, do you have that substitute?
It's in the system, but you guys will be able to access that. I just resent it out.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Norval may make a comment if necessary, if you need it.
I will. I'm just trying to do it through parliamentary procedure first. I want to make sure the parliamentarian has it, and then we can go through it to dispense of it. I'm trying to get the substitute in. So, Madam Parliamentarian, you hadn't received the substitute?
Sorry, I had muted myself. Yes, sir, I've received the substitute and I'm just glancing at it and I don't think that there is a change to the caption.
Okay, just let's go ahead on and read that summary in as the substitute.
Okay, read the, okay.
Yeah, the substitute, and then I'll
Yep.
bring on, okay.
Yes, sir. So the caption for the substitute item reads, resolution approving a contract with Hill Services in an amount not to exceed $182,920 to provide for the ongoing use of a mobile temporary chiller to satisfy the climate control needs at the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center located at 201 Poplar Avenue through June 30th, 2021. This item requires expenditure of FY 2021 general funds in an amount not to exceed $182,920, sponsored by Commissioner Mark Billingsley.
Okay, that's pretty much the same summary. So I guess, okay.
Commissioner?
Hold on just a second. Let me get a move in a second. Did we get a move in a second for the substitute?
Commissioner Billingsley moves it.
Okay, okay, seconded by Bradford. Okay, Mr. Norval, now that it's properly before us, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Cliff Norval, Public Works Director. I would like to point out there is a slight difference in the caption, and I'm thankful that the new caption was read into the record. If you will notice, the original resolution used the source of funding as the fiscal 21 capital improvement project number 307367 in an amount not to exceed $182,920. It was brought to our attention. There was some confusion in terms of the scope of this particular resolution. While there is a capital improvement project to replace the chillers at 201 Poplar, this particular project, this particular resolution is approving a contract for leasing a temporary chiller until we actually contract with a contractor to replace the chiller plant. And because this is a lease separate from a construction project, I've been advised by finance that this is not an allowable capital improvement project expenditure. And so in the substitute resolution, we have scraped together enough general funds to cover this project. So the substitute resolution is requesting your approval of this same contract with Hill Services, but it will be funded by general fund dollars instead of capital improvement project dollars.
So let me go ahead on and ask the question before, and I'm sure Commissioner Ford gonna ask the same thing I'm probably thinking. So is this coming out of the fund balance?
No, sir, Commissioner. Support Services has some general fund dollars, and it is coming out of Support Services budgeted fund dollars for fiscal 21. It is not coming out of fund balance.
Right, and so what would be helpful to the commissioners, especially when we say that, and I understand what you're saying. When you said general funds, if you just say which department general funds is coming out of in these summaries, it'll be a whole lot helpful and a lot less for the commissioners to have to wonder where's the money coming from.
Yes, sir. We will try to add that information to the caption on future resolutions.
All right, I appreciate that. Let me go into the queue. Commissioner Sawyer.
Chairman?
Yes.
Since that language is not currently in the caption or in the substituted caption, can someone make a motion to make that change to, I don't know if the entire substitute needs those changes or just the caption?
It's in the body of the resolution.
Okay.
So is it required?
Okay. Well, yeah, because the
also specifically states in the caption it had a change, which indicated that it was coming from general funds. If it was coming from general fund balance, then that's what it would state instead.
Oh, let me see what I read. Okay, so you're saying the caption reads properly in the,
Yes.
in the resolution?
That is correct.
Okay, well then I take that back. Proceed, Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you, Chairman. Is the CAO on the line or Assistant CAO Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, thank you. Since we're talking about the climate, can we get an update on the water status in the prisons, please, and 201 especially?
Absolutely. If you will allow me to just update, we have been working with our teams, our Public Works Division, and Director Norval actually can speak to that. He's on the call, and his team is actually the team that has been working on that specifically. So Director Norval, do you want to speak specifically to your team's efforts?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I do not want to sound negative, but I'm not sure that I have a whole lot of good news just yet. We have been working in our buildings and monitoring the water pressure system, water pressure in each one of the systems in our downtown buildings every day. We stay in close communication with Light, Gas, and Water. And unfortunately, we are at the mercy of their repair of their system. And as of this afternoon, Light, Gas, and Water provided the process of elimination that they're going through. They have brought on additional pumps to their system and tried to intentionally increase the water pressure on their system to try to identify leaks and breaks in their system, which were caused by the freezing temperatures. At this time, they have all of their crews out trying to locate water spewing up from the ground, for lack of a better term, to try to know where all these leaks in the system are. Even though they brought more pumps online, they have not noticed a difference or a change in the pressure. It is still below what they normally supply. And because our buildings operate on, or were designed to operate on a certain delivery pressure from light, gas, and water, the plumbing fixtures cannot operate appropriately in our downtown buildings. And so the mayor has issued a press release letting the public know that our buildings in the downtown area are not going to be open for public business tomorrow as well. But we are trying to provide for the resident population at 201 Poplar as best we can. But there is there's not an available stopgap measure until light, gas, and water is able to provide the pressure that we need. So we're shutting down the other buildings to try to provide as much pressure at 201 Poplar as we can.
Thank you. Have we been, Chairman, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Norval, for that information. That's helpful to hear that the reason for the shutdown is so that we can redirect pressure. Can anyone tell us right now, because some of the complaints that I've received about this are that inmates are not receiving fresh water. They're only getting 1 cup of water a day. They're not getting food. COVID concerns are not being considered. And of course, with the toilets, that it's in unsanitary conditions. Either Dr. Hall or Director Norval, can someone fill me in on where we are, making sure, have we gotten bottled water there? Last I was told that was being in the works. Now I'm hearing that maybe it's not. So where are we on those things? And then just so that I don't take additional time, let me just say that at least currently over 200 people have been held in 201 over 500 days because without having their first day in court. So these are people who have not been tried. And so I know that out there are folks who, think that inmates and people in jail, they get what they deserve. And I think that we, and I'm not saying that that's how the administration is looking at it. I'm just making sure that everyone understands that these are still people. They still deserve to be in sanitary conditions. They still need to eat and they still need to drink water. And that at least 250 of these folks have not even been convicted of a crime yet. So if you all can fill us in on where we are on cleanliness, water, and food. And if right now I'm also hearing the jail is shut down, and that means that they can't speak to their attorneys, they can't receive visits from their attorneys, and that they're in a 24/7 hold, which adds to the unsanitary conditions. So if y'all can fill us in, thank you.
I don't know that I can provide an update on that. Public Works does not have the responsibility of maintaining the daily regimen inside the jail. We are only responsible for the infrastructure serving the jail. And I don't want to speak for the sheriff. I'm sure the sheriff is attending to the needs of the resident population as best he can. So Dr. Hall, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Yes, and Chairman, if that's okay for me just to add a response to Commissioner Sawyer's. Okay. So Commissioner Sawyer, I will just add that we have received information that inmates are receiving bottled water and that there are provisions being made. But as Director Norval has articulated, we will do a follow-up with the appropriate representatives from the Sheriff's Office, and we can provide that at a later date to you. But that is my understanding. They are receiving bottled water.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Hall, and let me do this here. Commissioner Mills, the Sheriff's Department is under you. Can you, because I don't know if someone from the Sheriff's Office is on that could directly speak to the question. When direct questions are asked, I think the people that needs to respond are the people that are actually dealing with that situation firsthand. So if we don't have someone on from the Sheriff's Department to actually speak to that specific question that Commissioner Sawyer has raised, can you, Commissioner Mills, get in touch with the Sheriff's Department to ascertain that information for the commission? Because I don't think it's specific to Commissioner Sawyer, because I'd like to know myself. All right, is Commissioner Mills on?
I'm here. We can get an update from the sheriff.
Oh, all right.
I don't know if he's online now.
He's online now?
Don't know that he is. I don't see him on.
Okay.
He is not listed. He nor Steve Leach are listed.
All right, thank you. So we're gonna get that answer, Commissioner Sawyer, and I'm gonna go into the queue. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Norville, I have two questions. One is, what is the estimated cost to replace the chiller? And then secondly, do you foresee using a mobile chiller in the FY22 budget or replacing a chiller?
Well, Commissioner, we have approximately, we have $4 million programmed into fiscal 21 capital improvement budget for the replacement of this chiller plant. We will be coming to you very soon with the first portion of that expenditure, and that is going to be to replace the cooling tower unit itself. And we are going to be putting out the bid specs on the street for the actual chiller portion of the chiller plant in the very near future. And so we anticipate getting a construction contract for the chiller portion itself in front of you before the end of fiscal 21.
Okay, so you're saying the funds are there in the budget, in the capital improvement budget to replace the chiller?
Yes, sir. There's $4 million in the fiscal 21 capital improvement program for that chiller plant replacement.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and before everybody started talking, Commissioner Billingsley, can I get a report on item number 16?
This item, the committee met and this item came down actually with a favorable response.
All right, thank you. So seeing no other commissioners in the queue, and let's go ahead on and vote on item 16, substitute resolution. So Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting on the substitute resolution for item 16.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Show me voting yes, and Mr. Chairman, if I can get a personal privilege after this vote.
Okay.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Commissioner Ford.
Very quickly, only because this is in both of our districts, Chairman Jones. Working with the city of Memphis, we've been talking about water on multiple occasions today. City of Memphis is doing 2 more deliveries of water in District 9 and your district as well. And those 2 deliveries are at Mitchell Road Community Center. right over there where the high school is, and the other one's going to be at Mount Vernon Missionary Baptist Church. And I know at least one person knows the address to that one. So just to make sure the 3109 is straight, the city of Memphis informed me that there will be 2 more deliveries of water. So anybody in that area, I've been on the phone with Ms. Cheers and a couple others trying to make sure that the community knows what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that personal privilege.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, can you please read item number 24?
Yes, sir. Item 24 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Turner. Item 24 is an ordinance second reading, ordinance by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, exempting certain health department nursing employees specifically required to provide support in the vaccine distribution for the COVID-19 pandemic response, hired between March 1, 2021 and September 30th, 2021, from the residency provision of the Shelby County Charter, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills and Commissioner McWright, Chairman Eddie S. Jones Jr., Commissioner Mark Billingsley, Commissioner Brandon Morrison, and Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr. I think we have some more.
Yeah, you got some more.
You got some more?
Yep.
Okay, and also by Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner Whaley, Commissioner Milton, and Commissioner Lowry.
All right, can I get a mover and a seconder?
Moved by Mills.
All right, it's been moved by Mills.
Second by Billingsley.
Second by Billingsley. All right, so Commissioner Turner, can we get a report?
Thank you, Commissioner. This item came down without a recommendation. Thank you.
All right. Are there any commissioners wanting to speak on this item? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 25.
Yes, sir. And Chairman, this
I know, third reading, read it. Read it, go ahead.
So after you get a mover in a second, may I read the summary?
Okay,
After I read the caption, then you move it on the floor, then may I read the summary?
yes, you can.
Thank you, sir. Item 25 is Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Enforcement Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 25 is an ordinance third reading, a joint ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby Unified Development Code as adopted by the City of Memphis on August 10, 2010, and by Shelby County on August 9, 2010, to revise and enhance the joint zoning and subdivision regulations by amending regulations that address nomenclature referencing the Division of Planning and Development and the zoning administrator, the list of plans to be considered, gas station, used tire sales establishments, conditional use permits, revocation of special use permits and plan development, period during which the refiling of special use permits and plan developments is prohibited, and other provisions of the code, being case number ZTA 20-1, sponsored by Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr. and Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr.
All right, can I get a mover and a second?
I move.
A move by Brooks and seconded by Morrison. All right, Commissioner Brooks, can I get a report?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, this item came before the committee and will sit down with a favorable recommendation.
Madam Parliamentary, continue on with the summary. Well,
thank you. The summary reads as follows. As the ordinance is longer than 3 pages, the charter allows for the reading of the summary. This is a joint city-county ordinance styled as zoning text amendment number 20-1, which updates the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, the code that regulates zoning districts within the city of Memphis and unincorporated Shelby County. The updates contained in this ordinance include the following regulations: replacing the terms Office of Planning and Development and Planning Director found throughout the code with Division of Planning and Development and Zoning Administrator, respectively. Updating the list of plans to be considered when any board, body, or agency is making a decision pursuant to the code, requiring new guidelines within the C-1 zoning district to obtain a special use permit from the respective governing body, requiring retired sales establishments within the CMU-1 and CMU-2 zoning districts to obtain a special use permit from the respective governing body, clarifying the relationship between conditional use permits, variances, and planned developments, clarifying the process by which a special use permit or planned development may be revoked by the respective governing body, and extending the period during which the filing of special use permits and planned developments is prohibited from 18 months to 5 years. This annual set of amendments to the code will also address several housekeeping items that have arisen in the past year since the code was last updated. This ordinance has been received and reviewed by the Memphis and Shelby County Land Use Control Board, which on December 10th, 2020, held a public hearing and thereafter recommended approval and forwarded to the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners. This ordinance has also been received and reviewed by the Memphis City Council, which adopted it on third and final reading on February 2nd, 2021. This ordinance does not set fees, so it may be adopted by the Board of Commissioners by simple majority. We want to thank Josh and Robert for that wonderful summary.
all right, okay, so are there any commissioners wishing to speak on this item? Third and final reading. All right, hearing none, Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting. Hello?
I'm sorry, Chairman, my computer got locked up for me.
Oh, okay. I thought it was mine, but
No, sir, it was mine. Commissioner Billingsley. Turner,
Turner is an aye. Thank you.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes, ma'am.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
aye.
Hold on one second. Billingsley is a yes.
Thank you. We have aye votes from, excuse me, Commissioner Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 26.
Yes, sir. Item 26 comes from the Equal Opportunity MWBE LOSB Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Turner. Item 26 is an ordinance second reading, ordinance amending Shelby County Government's locally owned small business LOSB ordinance section 2-4 in order to, where practicable, apply the 20% LOSB annual goal in the county's procurement process, sponsored by Commissioner Bandy Turner Jr. and Commissioner Willie F. Brooks Jr.
All right, can I get a mover and a seconder?
Commissioner Turner moves.
I second.
And Commissioner Sawyer seconded. All right, so Commissioner Turner, can I get a report?
Yes, sir. This item came down without a recommendation. I believe Vice Chair Morrison wanted to present a substitute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're gonna go through that part, and I'm gonna get there, and then we'll go to the substitute resolution. So I'm trying to see which probably would be the easiest way. Let me ask this question for Commissioner Turner. Have we sent this to Ms. Watkins, this substitute?
I think she just got it this afternoon when we all received it. So she may want to speak to it at some point in time.
Yeah, I kind of think you might want to hear from that, and then I'll go to Commissioner Marshall. Ms. Watkins, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to review the substitute resolution?
Yes, sir, I received the substitute resolution earlier this evening, or this afternoon.
Okay. And so with what you've seen in the changes?
Yes, sir. The changes appear to be that the substitute resolution would make the LOSB participation 10% opposed to the 20% asked for in the original resolution.
Okay. All right. All right. Now I'm going to go to Commissioner Morrison.
May I move the substitute? Is it on the floor?
That's what I am giving you the opportunity. So I'm coming to you because you brought
Okay.
it.
Well, I moved the substitute and I need a second.
Okay. You have a mover to
And I can explain it and then maybe someone will understand. The focus with the substitute is really to make sure we have availability of vendors for a healthy process, and really to increase the sheltered market provision to make more opportunity to increase our LOSB percentages. These proposed changes also take into consideration the purchasing process and its policy guidelines to make a more robust process. LOSB ordinance as it stands has a sheltered market provision allowing LOSB only bid competition for opportunities between 5,000 and 25,000. So one of the specific changes that would increase our goal is to raise that threshold to include bid opportunities up to 49,999. The current ordinance also has bid preferences of 5%, 3%, and 2% in all contracting areas depending on the proposed bid amount. The current ordinance has the minimum goal of 10%, for instance, for all CIP construction projects in excess of 250,000 based on availability. The change here increases the ability for LOSB vendors by lowering that threshold to $50,000. Therefore, you have more LOSB participation. Based on the EOC listing for construction vendors, the current goal applied is 25% LOSB. So we've been able to make great strides there because we have availability. In other areas where there is no availability of registered vendors, how can we have such requirements? In the long run, we would hurt small businesses because we would encourage pass-through entities. I support incubating small business, supporting locally owned small business. And this is actually my passion and the reason we established workforce development, the joint venture with the City and Edge, upskill workforce development in conjunction with the Chamber. And we've made some progress and we have a lot more to do. Obviously, we need to continue to mentor, train, support the increasing numbers of our registered and minority vendors. But we don't want to hurt LOSB growth in the long term by incorrectly incentivizing in the short term. And I'm fearful, though, that a blanket change could lead to proliferation of pass-through entities.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Do we have a second on the floor respectfully? I'm just trying to go by Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I was.
Wait a minute, I got it. I got it. No, we do not have a second. And I was going to give Commissioner Morrison that, and we do not have a second. So let me go back. Let me go back to the rules. All right, there's a motion on the floor for the substitute. Is there a second? All right, hearing that there's no second, then
motion fails.
That motion fails.
Like a second.
All right. And now we're back on the main motion. So are there any commissioners wanting to speak on the main motion? All right, hearing none.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Bradford.
Yes, Commissioner Bradford.
I had one quick item. I did receive an email today from Rick Bennett on behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors of West Tennessee, saying that they supported the item as written. So I just wanted to put that in the record to let you all know that they are supportive of this item.
Okay.
Chairman, may I take a mulligan, please, briefly?
Yes.
I just wanted to give us a couple of specific examples. I spent a lot of time talking to division leaders across the county and was given some specific examples of how this has hurt or could hurt us in the future. For instance, with the fire department, perhaps, where their apparatus that perhaps we don't have a vendor for, or in other division leaders, they've seen instances where large box retailers are used for sourcing and simply mark up, which increases the cost to our citizens. And so thus the reason for the substitute, which is really meant to help LOSB vendors. So I'm just amazed with my colleagues that no one seems to see that and disappointed.
When Commissioner Morrison, I would like to speak now since I was in the queue. I wasn't going to speak, but now I need to.
Okay.
And I was in the queue too, Chairman. I don't know if you can see the comments from that.
I got you. So, and y'all were up next. Commissioner Ford, then Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to speak because I didn't, the substitute did not get a second, so there was really no need to speak. However, because of the last commentary by my esteemed colleague, I would be remiss if I would wholeheartedly disagree that anything that would actually lower what's in front of us right now would actually help. I don't think that that would be the case at all. I think that anything that would lower the 20% would actually lower the bar to a significant degree to all vendors, whether we're talking about carriers, because remember in committee I asked, were we talking about public works or were we talking about healthcare? I think one of my colleagues mentioned healthcare in the jails, but I was looking at what are we looking at abroad, since we were talking about tens of millions of dollars in contracts. So regardless of whether these folks are going to be intentional about or committed to MWBE as well, Their spend previously is also going to be triggered. I know the LOSB is supposed to be race neutral. However, if you do lower any standards, and I can always go back and look at what the city of Memphis did and show empirical evidence to the contrary of what was trying to be brought up, but it didn't get a second. I believe that if we modify these to a lower percentage, whether we look at a third reading or whatnot, this will be a negative impact on local operated small businesses. Now, we do have a third reading. If my colleague who wanted to bring the substitute can bring empirical evidence showing one way, I can show empirical evidence showing that what we have in front of us is probably the best thing that we need to do right now. I'm glad that this addition was brought by my colleague, Commissioner Turner, because we did need to take the hole that was there and fill it because of some things that you also mentioned in committee, Mr. Chair. So I respectfully disagree with my colleague who says that this will be better for worse for LOSB unless a substitute involves a smaller percentage. I do not see the empirical evidence that supports that claim at this time, but when we go to third and final reading, I would recommend for her, since she says that she's shocked that we are looking at it from a particular perspective, bring the empirical evidence. I might change my mind, but I sincerely doubt it. And I yield to the next person in the queue.
All right, now I'm gonna go to Commissioner Lowry, and then I will turn around and allow Commissioner Morrison to have a rebuttal if she wants to. Commissioner Lowry.
Well, thanks, Chairman, and Commissioner Ford kind of laid into some of the things I was going to ask, but since this is our second reading, again, back from Commissioner Morrison's amendment, what happens, so I was going to my question, if we got a second, but you need to get a second, what happens if it fails, and then is she allowed to bring that in for a third reading as well? Then that's my question, and also then my, with the current ordinance, I like to just be listed as a sponsor. So that's my question and my request. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, but let me do this here first. So it's been moved by Commissioner Lowry. I'll second it to be added as a sponsor. Can we do that without objection? All right, hearing no objection, Commissioner Lowry, you are added as a sponsor. Give me that first question again, because I want to make sure I got it right.
Right. Since this will require a third reading, Commissioner Morrison has brought an amendment. If it had a second and failed, is she allowed to bring additional evidence for a third amendment during the third reading, or no?
Yes, she could. She could actually bring an amendment in the third reading. However, if it was brought in the third reading, then we would have to go to a fourth reading. So the fact that it is not amended now means that it sits where it is. But
right.
I see my parliamentarian on the screen, so I'm gonna go ahead on and let her go ahead and answer that. So, Madam Parliamentarian.
Yeah. Amendments brought on, or amendments made on third reading, your rules require that that has another reading. However, they're your rules, and those rules can be suspended to those present and voting.
So even if the amendment's brought, so it's best if amendment's brought on a second reading and that amendment fails, is there in our rules, are they allowed to bring another amendment on the third, or is that?
Those amendments can be, yes, more amendments, or even the same amendment can be brought for consideration anytime there's a reading of the ordinance.
But on the third one, that requires us to go to a fourth.
Well, the charter, and I might need Marcy to get involved when I start talking about the charter, but ordinances require 3 readings. And there is an issue about public accountability and it being on file. There's some time for the public to be made aware before it's adopted into law. And so there is a certain amount of time that you have to have between the first and the third reading. But I do understand that if you do edit it or you make an amendment on the third reading in accordance with your rules, that you can waive the additional third reading by suspending.
And to that point, and I will, let me add to that. So
Okay.
you can get 3 readings done within an 8-day period, according to our rules. We will expand beyond that 8-day period at the earliest point to pass a ordinance with 3 readings. So if something came up in our next meeting, because we would be beyond the 8-day requirement by our rules and charter, then if it's amended, you can suspend the rules and do the 4th voting. We just recently did one like that. So, but that's what can happen in that instant. And that's what the parliamentarian is referring to is the 8-day window by our rule.
And the charter can't be, you cannot suspend the charter, but you can suspend your rule.
And the rules.
8-day thing is per the charter, but the 3 readings, I understand, and Marcy may need to get me together. The 3 readings it's the amendments at third reading, that can be, that requirement that they go to a third reading, that can be waived if you suspend the rule, but you cannot waive the 8-day period because that's pursuant to the Shelby County Charter.
Okay, thanks everybody.
All right, amendment lesson 101. I think we got it now. So, Commissioner Morrison, do you have, did you want to comment?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to work on maybe getting some more information to the commissioners and, see what we can do for next week. But I appreciate the opportunity.
So let me ask you this, if you can do this. Can you, if you get that information, can you get it out early enough so that we get it before commission day and have a little more time to vet it, and then may even have time to have more questions with you concerning it?
Okay, I'll do my best. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, Commissioner Brooks, did I get you?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support the ordinance as submitted. Given the demographics of Shelby County, I am currently working with a host of stakeholders looking at how we can increase entrepreneurship with people of color. And this is one way moving forward that we can address that particular issue. I wish it could be a higher percentage, but given the fact of where we are, I think keeping the goal at least 20% is a reasonable request in terms of supporting LOSBs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue wishing to speak on this item, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for voting on item number 26.
Commissioner Billingsley?
Yes. Billingsley?
Turner?
Aye.
Thank you. Sawyer?
Aye.
Whaley?
Aye.
Wright?
Yes.
Milton?
Aye.
Brooks?
Aye.
Bradford?
Yes.
Ford? Mills?
Aye.
Lowry?
Aye.
Morrison,
Abstain.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, and Chairman Jones. Commissioner Morrison has abstained. We have 12 ayes and 1 abstain.
All right, that item passes on its, that's the second reading. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 27.
Yes, sir. Item 27 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Ford. Item 27 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year FY 2021 general fund operating budget in the amount of $36,850 for the Shelby County Circuit Court Clerk's Office. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2021 general funds fund balance in an amount not to exceed $36,850. Sponsored by Commissioner Van Turner. This item is an add-on and sent down without recommendation in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
All right, can I get a mover and a seconder on item 27?
Turner moves.
Second, Bradford. Second.
All right, so it's been moved by Turner, seconded by Bradford. All right, Commissioner Ford, can I get a report on this item?
Mr. Chair and committee, this was put as an add-on, and I asked for this to be sent down without a recommendation. If it pleases the chair, I'd like for Commissioner Turner to go into detail on why this was an add-on and its importance, and I'd like to speak after him. He did mention a couple of things, but just for the record, we didn't go into full detail because, again, this came as an add-on, and I didn't get it in enough time, and I wanted to go ahead and bring it down without a recommendation for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't want to disrupt the timeline, and 2, in the past, I have asked anybody that brings anything to the committee to let me know in advance. So it didn't, but now it's in front of us. Timeline's not disrupted, and I'd like to yield to.
Yeah, hold on. Nope. I'll get to him, but I was going to bring the budget director on because I spoke with him earlier about this, and then we can go to Commissioner Turner.
Oh, that's fine. Because I talked to him too. He could talk about this item too. So I'm gonna yield it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Thompson, are you on?
Yes.
All right, you have the floor.
Michael Thompson, Director of Budget and Finance. I appreciate you all bringing this item before you all today. This is an item that has existed prior to my arrival. However, it is still on our plate for remediation. It's very important that we get this item passed, and I understand the importance of not pulling from fund balance. But in this case, this is a contractual obligation used by 3 of our courts. It is used by Chancery, it is used by Circuit, and used by Probate. The budget line item for this particular Avenue contract was not sufficient in the Circuit Court's office. In the fiscal year 22 budget season and all future budget seasons, we will ensure that all contractual obligations are fully supported with their proper amount in the budget line item. I cannot speak to what happened prior to my arrival, but I know how it should be on a go-forward basis. If there are any contracts, any contractual obligations that we have entered into, any division, any department, any elected official, et cetera, it must be fully supported with that amount of money in the budget. This is something that has been outstanding since fiscal year 20, and I would like to get it resolved. I would like to also, as we go to this fiscal year 22 budget season, make sure that every contractual obligation has full funding in that line item. I'll make that my task.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the budget director has stated it well, Mr. Thompson. There was some confusion when this item first came up, and I think Mr. Thompson has clarified it. And again, as I stated in committee, this affects 3 courts, and this would be probate, chancery, and circuit. So, and this doesn't have any other request or item in it for personnel increase or anything like that. This is simply to keep the system working for those 3 courts, which you signed a contract to do. And I think it's critical at this point, after we get through all of what happened last week and the courts being out and the systems being down and judges and attorneys having to do everything virtually like we're doing tonight. We're hit this week with the low water supply. And so all the courts that surround the Bailey Justice Complex are shut down today so that maximum water efficiency can be utilized by the detainees and inmates at the Bailey Justice Complex. So this goes into a second week of in-person courts being down. And whereas individuals could walk in and present their documents in person at the clerk's office, everything has to be virtual now. And so if this system fails, it basically could, be disastrous for our clerk's offices, because if they fail, we have no means of keeping up with documents, filings, discovery, so on and so forth. So this is critical information that has to be supported. And so I would ask the commissioners to support this item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna bring it back to item 27. So we got 4 months left in FY21. And we've had a lot of requests concerning fund balance. I understand that there are needs. I understand that there are contractual obligations. But within these 4 months, we need to get a grasp on what other contractual obligations we have. We can give compelling arguments every other Wednesday and Monday. However, if it has a fiscal note attached to it, we still have to pay for it one way or the other. Again, the compelling arguments can talk about this item, or it can talk about stuff that's unrelated. But at the end of the day, it still has a dollar amount on it. I would ask ask the budget director, how long will it take for him to do the research to see what other contractual obligations county government at large has? Because I feel like this is not going to be the last one that we see. This is not going to be the last set of compelling arguments that we're going to hear. And it's getting a little bit predictable, but not in a good way. So could he answer that question? I got one other comment.
Thompson?
Michael Thompson, Director of Budget and Finance. Commissioner Ford, I appreciate that comment. And as we look at this fiscal 22 budget season, and as the departments and divisions and everyone is inputting their information into team budget as they are making change requests, this is an item that is on our agenda to make sure all contractual obligations are identified and properly budgeted. I will work with legal. I will work with the CAOs of these various officers to ensure that we try and capture all of these contracts. Now, currently, they do not reside in our budget office. We just handle the line items. But this will be an effort that can be undertaken to make sure that legal can provide us with these things, and also the line items where these items have been historically recorded can be identified, and we make sure they're sufficient. So it will not get past the fiscal year 22 budget season. If it does, we're not making any progress. That's what this budget season is for. We have had meetings with just about every elected official, every department, and we may have 1 or 2 more to go. But that's why we have these meetings, to see what their needs are, what their critical needs are. And so that is being undertaken right now. And so as we begin to finalize the proposed budget to present to you all, this is a part of that process. And those are the questions that we want to have asked to us during these hearings that we have.
My last comment, Mr. Chair, and this goes with some findings that I would like to present to the commission on next Wednesday, because we do need to go ahead and get a grasp on O&M personnel, how much each division received, how much each division did not receive, where this money is actually going, whether O&M is going to personnel or vice versa. We really need to get the grasp on that. And then finally, Mr. Chair, since we passed things concerning contracting our budget person out, I'm ready to go ahead and do whatever we need to do this week in order to have him or her, because if this one item doesn't show that we need to have somebody in our office to watch everything, especially when we don't get all this information in a timely and appropriate manner, I don't see any other reason why we should waste any time not getting that person, whoever he or she is, because next Wednesday, we'll probably have another compelling argument. We'll probably have one of those soliloquies saying, well, we don't do this, the world is going to end tomorrow. You know how it goes. So hopefully we don't do the same thing over and over again. That's called insanity. But I'm done talking about that, Mr. Chair, and whatever this budget chair needs to do in order to make sure that that person is with us within a short period of time. Let's make that happen. And I'm ready to give my results of what I found as well next week. I call the question unless somebody else would like to speak.
Hold on a second, because let me make my statement and then you can call the question. So basically, what has not been said about this amount of money, it's for the entire year. The company has just been putting up with us and allowing the systems to stay open. This full amount is for the whole entire FY21 for circuit court. Probate court has a certain amount. Chancery court has a certain amount, but it is a collaborative contract that's inclusive of all three. So the systems have still been running, and this is the only one that didn't get that funding. So I just want to make that clear because it was not stated. And so with that said, Commissioner Ford, I yield the floor back to you and you can call the question.
Move the previous question, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so move. Then no other commissioners wanting to speak. Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting on item 27.
She might not pass.
What was that, Commissioner Turner?
Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Abstain.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Pass.
Mills,
Abstain.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Abstain.
Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones.
Aye.
Thank you.
And Mills was an abstention as well.
I'm sorry, I thought I clicked it, I changed it. Okay. We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Lowry, and Chairman Jones. Commissioners Wright, Ford, Mills, and Morrison have abstained. We have 9 ayes and 4 abstain.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, can we please read item number 28?
Yes, sir. Item 28 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Ford. Item 28 is a resolution receiving and filing December 2020 and the January 2021 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Report for the year ending June 30th, 2021. Sponsored by Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr. This item was amended in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Ford. I move this on the floor.
All right, I second it. And Commissioner Ford, can you give me a report?
Mr. Chairman, in committee, this item was amended and sent down with a favorable recommendation as amended.
All right, are there any commissioners wanting to speak on this item? All right,
Can you, did you do the amendment? I can't recall what the amendment was. What did you have an amendment that you put in on this item?
Let me look at it.
No, it was just the exhibit, Mr. Chairman.
Right, Exhibit B. Yeah, we
Right.
added Exhibit B in there. So thank you. Folks.
All right. Seeing no other commissioners wishing to speak, Madam Clerk, prepare the screen for voting on item number 28.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Show me voting yes.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison.
I have a point of order. Exhibit B. In,
So, hold on just a second. So, Commissioner Morrison, go ahead on, ask your question about Exhibit B.
well, it was stated that that this was changed with Exhibit B, and I don't see Exhibit B. So I'd like to see what I'm voting on.
It's in the system. It's just not labeled Exhibit B. It's the item that's immediately behind Exhibit A. It's January
Okay.
2021 report.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 29.
You can do it now.
I guess I'm making too much noise. Ron keeps muting me. Okay. Item 29 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Mills. Item 29 is a resolution to, one, approve a memorandum of agreement between the City of Memphis and Shelby County Government, the MOA, for the rights, use, and maintenance of security cameras purchased from Thomas Consultants to commence upon execution of all parties, and shall continue through June 30th, 2026 to support the Shelby County Board of Commissioners' strategic priorities. 2, amend the fiscal year FY 2021 general fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $137,759 for this initiative. And 3, transfer funds from the FY 2021 Commission's contingency funds to the FY 2021 Commission's legislative operations funds. This item will require a transfer from the FY 2021 Commission's contingency budget in an amount not to exceed $137,759. Sponsored by Chairman Eddie S. Jones Jr. and Commissioner Edmund H. Ford Jr. This item was amended in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
Move it, Chairman. Ford.
All right, can I get well, I'll second it. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Let's see. Well, this came, I think that's my committee. Hold on a second. Computer acting crazy right now.
It's Commissioner Mills' committee.
Oh, that's right. Commissioner Mills, can I get a report?
Yes, sir. That item was discussed in committee on Wednesday, and it has been amended and comes to us with a favorable recommendation.
All right, any other commissioners wanting to speak on this item? Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you, Chairman. Really quickly, I just have a question. Chairman Jones, they will be putting these where we sent our list, right?
Yes.
If there's any changes, who's supposed to let us know?
All right, so if there's going to be changes, MLG&W will get back with the vendor who will in turn get back with us. So if a poll was selected that is not a good poll, then they will say, hey, you can't use this poll. We can't use every poll that's in the city of Memphis.
Right.
So so they will get back with us, and then we will put that information back out to the commissioners who district it is for another selection.
Thank you.
All right. Any Commissioner Turner.
Yes, sir. I know that there was a meeting. I know we share Hickory Hill, Chairman. There was a meeting this weekend, and just got wrapped up in all the other stuff going on. But this list for my district, has it been completed, or do I need to finalize it? Or how do we go about doing that? Does this resolution include the list, or do we send this to these people?
All right. Your cameras are included in this resolution. So all commissioners who district represents the city of Memphis limits, all of their cameras are included. What has to happen is that individual commissioner now has to submit poll locations. So it's already built in, just need the locations. The majority of all the commissioners have submitted theirs. When we finish this today, the remaining poll locations and everything will go over to the city in one packet. Doesn't stop anything because the polls have to be prepped by MLG&W. They're kind of busy and tied up right now. So until they get all of that done, and with the water issues and all of that, and then they will turn their focus onto these cameras to begin prepping the polls. So you have time, is what I'm saying to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Lowry.
The question, thanks, Chairman. Question about the list. So can we get that consolidated list sent out to the body?
Yep. I will get, I think my staff, Lakeitha should have all of it. Each one of your staff members have sent it to Lakeitha and to our parliamentarians. So the list is being compiled in 2 places. So we will do that, and so that everybody can see what's what.
Yep, thank you.
All right.
Chair, I do not have that list. I do not have that list. So just look.
Brett,
Sorry.
you probably don't have it compiled. I just know that they were sending it to you and Lakita, but I know Lakita has it, so we
Okay.
good. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's go ahead and prepare the screen for voting.
Queue after Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, but I think I went above because both of them clicked in at the same time, and I caught Turner and got Lowry.
You called Turner before me. That's all right. Even though I was before him, that's all right.
Yeah. Even though y'all hit it at the same time, but I got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't want anybody being left out, and thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Wiley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton, Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison, Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have five votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian,
Did you not hear?
we hear
Did
you
you hear me?
now.
I voted aye.
Yep.
Okay, somehow it didn't go through.
Right, we didn't hear you, Commissioner Morrison. So, before we move on to the next item, Madam Clerk, can you reread the votes and add Commissioner Morrison as an
Yes.
aye?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 30.
Yes, sir. Item 30 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Chairman Jones. Item 30 is a resolution approving in addition to the Shelby County Government Personnel Management System, Volume 2, to create a grooming and employee professional standards policy for public safety employees to address the affiliation of gang, hate groups, or other extremist groups involved in criminal activity. Sponsored by Commissioner Sawyer, this item was set down without recommendation in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
All right, can I get a mover and a seconder for this item?
Turner will move it.
All right.
Bradford.
All right, it's been moved by Turner, seconded by Bradford. All right, and I will turn this over to the sponsor, Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to withdraw this item, please.
All right. All right. I second that. So it's been, well, you the sponsor, you just withdraw it. All right, can we do that without objection? All right. There ain't no objection. Item number 30 has been removed. All right. At the request of the sponsor, Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 31.
Yes, sir. Item 31 comes from the Tax Properties Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Milton. Item 31 is a resolution finding that 57 properties scheduled for tax sale number 1703 on February 23rd, 2021, that pose an environmental risk, have financial liabilities, or are non-conforming or non-buildable, so as to allow the county commission to advise the clerk of the Chancery Court to not bid on such properties on behalf of Shelby County government. Sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton, this item was sent down without recommendation in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
I need a mover and a second.
Turner moves it.
Second, Bradford.
All right, so it's been moved by Turner, seconded by Bradford. All right, Ms. Woods. Well, Commissioner Milton, can I get a report? Then we'll go to you, Ms. Sykes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that item came before our committee and was sent down with favorable recommendation.
And down without?
With.
I don't know. All right. It's reading one way. Reading that it was sent down without a recommendation.
You know, Mr. Chair, you are right. I do apologize. I was looking at the other item. That one did go down without a recommendation.
All right, thank you. All right. Ms. Woods, you have the floor.
Thank you. We have a substitute. We worked with the trustee on a compromise on the number of parcels because I know she brought that up on the last meeting. I'm not certain if they have that for everyone in the system.
Right. Hold on a second. Madam Parliamentarian, do you have a substitute?
Oh, yes.
All right, so before we go to, well, go ahead on and read the substitute in, and because I want to see what did we reduce this number to.
Actually, now I'm getting confused. There's some other items that Ms. Sykes sent us, but I don't know if I have that one. Karan, do I have the substitute? I know there's some other items that Ms. Sykes sent us.
You should have it, but I'm sending it again because you've gotten a lot of emails today. There was one email, it has item 31 and 32 included. I'm sending to all commissioners as well.
Thank you so much.
So while we're waiting on that, Ms. Sykes, I know it was a total of 107, and it seems like there is a substitute for both. So what did we reduce from 107 to now what these substitutes will bear?
Collectively, between the 32 properties, we were able to identify several parcels that were taken out of the tax sale, so that was helpful. For 1703, it's down to 20. For 1704, it's down to 12.
All right. And I'm gonna wait on the parliamentarian. I could have 100 more questions, but I'm just gonna wait on her.
Good. I'll let you know as soon as I have it.
And I will say I did speak with the trustee. The trustee is amenable to this. However, the trustee did have some concerns moving forward that they would get this in a timely manner from your office because they put it out almost 6-7 months in advance, and to see it 2 days before it gets to us. And I think that's what raised a lot of problems with the trustee. So just moving forward, Ms. Woods, can you make sure that when, if it's items that you want to look at for us not to deal with or take, that you get with the trustee in enough time that allows her to be able to go through all of this, because they would have completed all of that paperwork, spent all of that money getting it over in Chancery Court, in which some of that could have been avoided.
Certainly, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I found it too.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you please read the substitute, Madam Parliamentarian?
Okay, I just want to make sure it's not March substitute. The one I have.
Is it tax sale number 1703?
Yeah,
She didn't
it
mark it. 1703 and 1704 is in the same email. I can't, it's not going through. The document's extremely large. So it's not going back through another time for me. So you'll have to get what you have.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna read what I have for me. So the substitute caption for item 31 reads, finding that 20 properties scheduled for tax sale number 1703 on February 23rd, 2021 that pose an environmental risk have financial liability or are non-conforming or non-buildable so as to allow the county commission to advise the clerk of the Chancery Court to not bid on such properties on behalf of Shelby County government. Sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton.
All right, and can we get a mover and a seconder on that, on the substitute resolution?
Move, Mr. Chair, Milton.
Milton moves it. Okay, I'll
Second,
second. Okay, well, second, Count Bradford as the second on that. So moved by Milton, second by Bradford. Can we accept the substitute without objection? All right. Hearing no objection, the substitute is on the floor. Yeah. Any other commissioner wishing to speak on this item?
Chairman, I have a question, please.
Yes, Commissioner Sawyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure this item and the next item, we don't have any overlap with that and the deferred resolutions, right? Are any of these within the moratorium zip codes?
Mr. Chair, I can answer that question if you like.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, these items did come before the moratorium. I appreciate your question, Commissioner.
Now,
you said that they came before the moratorium?
That is correct. That's
So
the only reason. That's those any that will include within the South Memphis area. If you see any part in the South Memphis area, only those that can come through have they were presented before the resolution was approved.
Okay. And with those, I just want to make sure I understand this. These are properties that will be bid, but we won't bid on them. So like someone can buy them at auction?
This guy's, please.
Certainly, I will. So at tax sale, the county by statute has to bid on every property at the tax sale unless county commission directs them not to bid on the property. So this resolution directs the court not to bid on the property on behalf of the county. That does not prohibit anyone else from bidding on these properties at tax sale.
This guy would prevent us from like purchasing, having to bid on, say, an abandoned gas station or something of that nature, placing us at risk.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I see Madam Trustee has popped up. I'll yield the floor to you, Ms. Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Regina Newman, Shelby County Trustee. I just wanted to chime in and say the moratorium deals with properties being sold from the land bank, not properties in tax sale.
Thank you.
And the next item was also sent down without a recommendation.
All right, thank you. All right. Hearing no other commissioners wishing to speak on this item, let's go ahead on, and Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting on item 31 as substituted. Let's prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
I'm gonna have
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks. Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right. That item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 32.
Yes, sir. Item 32 also comes from the Delinquent Tax Properties Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Milton. Item 32 is a resolution finding that 50 properties scheduled for tax sale number 1704 on March 2nd, 2021 that pose an environmental risk, have financial liabilities, or are non-conforming or non-buildable, so as to allow the County Commission to advise the clerk of the Chancery Court to not bid on such properties on behalf of Shelby County government. Sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton, this item was sent down without recommendation in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
All right. And I get a mover and a seconder.
Mover, Mr. Chair. Milton.
Moved by Milton, seconded by Bradford. Madam Parliamentarian, Commissioner Milton, can I get a report?
Yeah, being redundant, this item was sent down without a recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, Madam Parliamentarian, can you, I know we have a substitute for this. Can you read that one?
Yes, sir. Let's pull this up now. Okay, no, that's not it. Okay. Resolution, okay, the substitute caption for item 32 reads, resolution finding that 12 properties scheduled for tax sale number 1704 on March 2nd, 2021 that pose an environmental risk, have financial liabilities, or are non-conforming or non-buildable, so as to allow the County Commission to advise the clerk of the Chancery Court to not bid on such properties on behalf of Shelby County government. Sponsored by Commissioner Reginald Milton.
All right. Commissioner Milton, you gonna move it?
Yes, sir, I will move it.
Commissioner Bradford, you gonna second it?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the substitute has been moved by Milton, seconded by Bradford. Can we do this without objection? All right, hearing no objection. Are there any questions on item number 32? All right, seeing that we have no question, Madam Clerk, prepare the screen for voting on item number 32.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Get these two thoughts on equality. My internet's going in and out, sorry, y'all. You get these two thoughts on equality.
Jesus.
And
I'm sorry, y'all.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford,
Aye.
Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Ford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 13 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 33.
Item 33 comes from the Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item 33 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $30,000 to Rural Heritage Trust of Southwest Tennessee, Inc., a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills and Commissioner McWright. This item was amended in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
All right, can I get a mover and a second? Okay, I'll move.
Turner is your mover.
Okay.
Bradford, second.
It's moved by Turner, seconded by Bradford. Commissioner Lowry, can I get a report?
Yes, Chairman, the committee met and this was sent down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, so this is all right. So now that it's properly before us, this was an item that was amended on February 17th. Are there any commissioners wishing to speak on this item? All right, seeing and hearing none, Madam Clerk, let's prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks, Bradford,
Yes.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison,
Aye.
Chairman Jones.
Aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 11 aye votes.
All right, that item passes. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 34.
Item 34 comes from the Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item 34 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2021 operating budget of $41,000 to Memphis Leadership Foundation, DBA Restore Corps, a charitable organization sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner McKell Lowry. This item was amended in February 17th, 2021 committee meeting.
All right, can I get a mover and a seconder?
Moved by
Turner,
Bradford.
I second.
Moved by Bradford, second by Turner. Commissioner Lowry, can I get a report?
The committee met. This was sent down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, are there any other commissioners wishing to speak on this item? All right, hearing and seeing none, Madam Clerk, prepare the screen for voting.
Commissioner Billingsley,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Whaley,
Aye.
Wright,
Yes.
Milton,
Aye.
Brooks,
Aye.
Bradford,
Yes.
Ford, Mills,
Aye.
Lowry,
Aye.
Morrison, Chairman Jones.
Okay, I'm aye. Commissioner Morrison, somebody's trying to unmute. Anyway, all right,
Could you hear me? I said aye.
yeah, Commissioner Morrison, okay.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Billingsley, Turner, Sawyer, Whaley, Wright, Milton, Brooks, Bradford, Mills, Lowry, Morrison, and Chairman Jones. We have 12 aye votes.
All right. That item passes. And we've now come to this part of the meeting where I ask, are there any commissioners that have any announcements or statements they would like to make at this time?
Hey, Chairman, Turner here.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner Turner.
Hey, Commissioners, as we all are well aware, City Council has done I think a good job in assisting with the water distribution efforts throughout the city. And so on this Thursday, I have an opportunity for the Board of Commissioners to be involved in a water distribution in conjunction with a couple of other organizations. And I'll be bringing this to the chair. But Commissioners, if you are interested in assisting, we'll be sending out some information. It will be this Thursday at 2 o'clock at the NAACP headquarters located at 588 Vance Avenue. And so this would just be an opportunity for the commissioners to do what we can on behalf of the commission to assist with the water distribution efforts that others are participating in. So just wanted to tag that for you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be bringing something to you shortly, and we'll get the word out for other commissioners who would like to participate this Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Any other commissioners with announcements or statements at this time? All right. Hearing none, I'd like to say this before we adjourn. Commissioners, I know that we've had a lot to go on in the past 2 weeks and that we've been dealing with as elected officials for our constituency that has occurred out in our community. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. A lot of you have stepped up and decided to be committed and be involved in representing the needs of the constituency. And I simply wanted to really just say thank you for, jumping in and not just sitting back watching. I am so proud of our commissioners for doing that, and then to continue the same work as we move forward. So I don't have any other announcements other than that, but thank you guys for everything, and I'm going to leave it right there. If there are no other commissioners wishing to speak and add a comment at this time, and then I will go ahead and hit the gavel to adjourn this meeting until our next meeting, Monday meeting, March 8th, 2021 at 3 p.m. So this commission meeting is adjourned.
I'm making all this damn noise. What is going on?